double six.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
What a tiny shot. And finish in style with a 1-1. Beautiful. Spectacular from Gemma Hayter.
Hi there, good morning. Yes, darts is back. You've missed it, haven't you? And the Modus Super Series is back with a bang and with our second Women's Week. The first one won last year by Rhiannon O'Sullivan. This week, a very different lineup. We'll get into that in a moment. But alongside me back for the new year, Matthew Edgar. Happy New Year. Women's Week to get us underway this time, and a chance for plenty of players to showcase their abilities after the sensation at the World Championship.
We've often spoke, haven't we, the Super Series being the land of opportunity, and this really is the land of opportunity today for the women that are going to be taking part. A great opportunity without Bow and without Fallon in the mix, the two sort of big hitters of the sport, and I think we're going to see some people really come to the forefront here and show what they're capable of.
Well, we'll get on to that in a moment, but there was a nuclear explosion in the sport of darts. Luke Littler, world champion.
Takes the job in 15 darts with 117 checkout, an average of 109.31.
Going to get better than that too. A double 14.
Super Series champion.
The leading light.
It's double Series champion.
Yeah, remarkable, isn't it? Luke Littler, now champion of the world, of course. Well, it said there, legend at the Super Series. He certainly is a legend at 17 years of age. But you just mentioned then, before we saw that, this is a land of opportunity. And he's someone who came here and grasped that opportunity and has continued to do so. Now is the most famous darts player that we've had for a very long time.
And maybe ever as well, when we look at what Luke Littler's gone on to do and what he is doing as well. This was part of the journey of Luke Littler. It wasn't the destination. And it just reminds me of a couple of things that Luke Littler said when he was on that journey. One, when he was up on the old balcony with yourself and he was saying he may never play in the World Championship again. And the other one, when he scooped the £20,000 prize and he went, I can do whatever I want now. And now he's a multi-millionaire. So it just makes you think what stories we're going to uncover as well in 2025. Who's on their journey and what destination could they go to?
Yeah, and what inspiration does that give other players? Not just young players, of course. We know that many are rushing out to dart shops now and buying the first set, etc. But for players that are going to play here this year to try and even follow in a few footsteps of Luke Littler, that will get them a long way, won't it?
It shows the pathway and it shows what's capable. A lot of the times you feel like it's unreachable or unattainable, and you know we see this a lot through other sports. When you get like football, you've got to be scouted, you've got to go to academies. It's based on selection. It's not here. Darts isn't like that. Darts is a meritocracy. If you've got the ability, you are going to achieve what you are capable of achieving, and Luke Littler has shown that. And we've seen this in the professional game as well. When we get a surprise run, we normally then see a load more surprise wins. You know, Richie Edhouse picking up the European Championship. When he was doing that, he was talking about Mike De Decker and the run he had and showing that it's possible. And then the next event, the Grand Slam, players are going, well, I drew inspiration from Richie Edhouse winning it. And Luke Littler's going to inspire a lot of people to show there is that pathway and to show that there is that development system that is seriously attainable.
Yeah, plenty of boys and girls picking up darts. Is the next kind of story like this going to be a woman doing something similar to Luke Littler?
Quite possibly. Quite possibly. We've seen signs. You know, Fallon Sherritt winning a few games at the World Championship, Beau Greaves now going out there and picking up women's world titles. But I think the story's going to be very similar to that of Luke Littler, and that coming from a younger player. And we see a lot more younger females getting into the sport now, a lot more inspired, a lot more opportunities, because that's what the women were calling out for a lot of time. We want opportunities, and they're getting it now with the PDC and what we're doing here at the Super Series. And there's a couple of young players coming this week that I think are going to tick those boxes.
Yeah, a real good platform form for the women this week. This is the lineup then for the second Women's Week to be held here at the Live Lounge. Lisa Ashton, Steph Clark, Trina Gulliver, Vicky Pruim, Gemma Hayter and Kirsty Viinikainen all in Group A. Laura Turner out of the comms box and onto the stage in Group B with Lorraine Winstanley and Robin Byrne. And Matt, you just mentioned young players. Well, Group C is all about that. Sophie McKinley, of course, Lakeside finalist, 16-year-old Paige Pauling and Katie Sheldon as well. Looks very exciting, doesn't it? A good blend of players.
Oh, absolutely. Some quality and some real good stories to tell as well throughout this time. You mentioned Sophie McKinley, that run to the Lakeside final. Not just that, but the girls' final as well. She played 2 finals in a day. But I think one of the real big stories and where the eyes are going to be drawn today is Gemma Hayter, a player who sort of came back into the sport, picked it back up, had a very, very successful 2024. And when you're looking forward to 2025, who's going to be a player not just to emerge, but maybe to rival and to challenge and maybe even take over from those players at the top? Gemma Hayter ticks all those boxes.
Yeah, and Gemma Hayter has been made favourite with the odds compilers. She did win the WADC title on this very stage. Lisa Ashton, second favourite. Sophie McKinley, of course, who beat Lisa Ashton at Lakeside, third favourite. Does anything catch your eye there, Matthew?
I'm a big fan of Paige Pauling, and Paige Pauling at 11-1 I think is a bit of a surprise. Krisha Viinikainen as well, 14-1. Someone who played at Lakeside recently, has been playing very well on the women's series as well, so may represent a little bit of value. They're 2 names I think could get through, but Paige Pauling for me at 11-1. If you're looking for an outsider, that's your call, but the question is, can anyone stop Gemma Hayter at the top? And there's also value there at 15-8.
Yeah, no Bo Greaves, no Fallon Sherrick to stop her. They've gone to qualifying score this week. We'll provide you with updates on that as well throughout the week. But what do you expect this week overall?
Really tight, close, competitive games. I think no one's really going to run away with this like we've seen Bo do in the past with not just women's darts, but when she's been here in a Group B campaign as well. I don't think anyone's going to find that bit where they're just head and shoulders above the rest. You're going to get good, close, competitive games, and I think we may even get a little moment of history somewhere along the way.
There we go. Matthew Egger has spoken. Right. The first match is about to get underway. By the way, those matches are slightly shortened in format, best of 5, so first to 3 legs on this Women's Week. And the first of the 15 fixtures today is Lisa Ashton against Steph Clark, and the 4-time Women's World Champion spoke to me earlier this morning. Lisa, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It's been a while. Just tell us how things are going for you at the moment.
Yeah, it has. I'm glad to be back. My form has been up and down over the year and that, so after Lakeside I've took a bit of time out, recalculate and ready to start again.
Didn't play in the first Women's Week. You were unable to attend that one, so how good is it to be here for this one?
Yeah, I can't wait to play in the second Women's Week. Yeah, I couldn't play in the first one, gutted, so it's nice to be back and be part of this one.
And we've got a few new faces as well, so a chance to showcase a lot of the different ladies in the game. But you've got experience here, and a lot of experience in the game, of course, in general. How much do you think that could help you this week?
Definitely, yeah. With the new ones, it just shows the talent what's in the ladies' darts now. Hopefully I can use my experience while they're learning, but I know it's going to be a good week and hope everybody has a good tournament.
And I know when you've been in the past, you have suffered a little bit with injuries. Are you in good shape now?
It's getting there. Yeah, I've been to the physio, doctors. They said it could take up to 2 years fully. I'm just taking every game as it is. It's improving all the time. I'm learning with it. So hopefully, fingers crossed, it'll be good for me.
Just give us a word as well on the World Championship. I know you're from the same sort of area as a certain Luke Littler who caused a big impact here. What an impact he's made in darts.
Absolutely. He's regenerated the darts. Even the youth and everything just show there's no age matter in darts, whether they say you're older or not. He's opened darts completely everywhere, and I'm so glad for him.
Yeah, he's certainly shown it might be your time to shine this week. Good luck.
Hopefully. Thank you.
Yep, Luke Littler, the name on everyone's lips. Lisa Ashton paying credit to what that youngster has done. Ashton herself, who has had, well, plenty of success in a long career. 4 stars on the shirt for 4 World Championship wins. Gets this Women's Week underway. The Lancashire Rovers couldn't play the first time around, but she's thrilled to be here, as you just heard, for the second showing. And there will be a new name on the trophy because Rhiannon O'Sullivan, who won the first one, couldn't make it here. It's a debut for Steph Clark. She'll be chucking her Gary Anderson darts from Shrewsbury. Did play in the WADC event that was held here. And it's all smiles at the start of this one. Ashton and Clark joined by Gulliver, Pruim, Hayter and Viinikainen in Group A. 15 fixtures coming your way. And myself, Chris Murphy and Matthew Edgar will talk you through them.
It's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
First of 15 games that are going to be taking part today, and do you know what? I really like what Lisa Ashton said there as well, that she's hoping to use her experience while the other players are learning, because that's kind of the vibe I get at the moment from Steph Clark, that she's sort of learning. She's learning on the job. She's gathering experience. She's been playing on the PDC Women's Series. She got an England call-up just last year as well. So she is making waves within the ladies' game. Another developing ladies' game. The opportunities 59. Rising all the time. Opportunities that Lisa Ashton's been cashing in over the years.
40.
You mentioned in that intro that Q School is on at the moment, somewhere Lisa Ashton traditionally has been applying 41. Her trade over the years, and she was the only female player to gain success at Q School, winning a PDC tour card for a couple of seasons.
100.
Yeah, maybe, and we'll make sure we put that right this week. Maybe a player who doesn't get the credit she deserves for what she's achieved in the game. Sometimes overshadowed 45. By recency bias. She's won 4 world titles, but she's not even the player with the most world titles in this group. Because it is a group that also contains Trina Gulliver, who's got 10 of those. What a trailblazer for this sport and for the women's game in particular. Ashton, though, with a first look at a checkout this week. She's not going to take out the 140, but she can leave it handy if she can sandwich one in between there. Not quite.
So essentially, I was saying Lisa Ashton is the female Luke Humphries, 44. The world champion, the serial winner 80. Who gets overshadowed by the story.
Game shot on the first leg, Lisa Ashton.
Story here is Lisa Ashton has come out firing and is doing exactly what she said in that interview, the point that Matt Edgar picked up on. First. She's going to show that experience while the others learn to play on that stage, and she started so much better than Steph Clark here. Not giving her a look at a finish.
100.
And 1-0 in a race to 3.
Well, I think we're seeing something we're going to see for the rest of the week here as well. That last 81. Visit, just going to take you back a moment. Steph Clark, 190, and moved down to the 19s with the last start in hand. Single 19, 41. Left 171. Actually stayed on the 20s, could have left a finish, and that's one thing that maybe we're going to see develop over time in the ladies' game. Just that counting and board management just isn't quite there at the moment amongst the full depth of the players, and that might be 100. Why the players at the top get those extra opportunities. Maybe it's not always down to a talent contest. Sometimes it's just down to that board management.
Looking in decent shape early on here, Lisa Ashton.
45.
Steph just struggling to find her range.
She had a bit of time off, didn't she, over Christmas, Lisa Ashton, 27. To try and recoup following, well, her first round defeat at Lakeside. She'd have been going to that event probably with the ambition of getting a 5th star on the shirt, probably eyeing up trying to take out Bo Greaves, and ended up falling at the first hurdle.
Yeah, that was a surprise, but fantastic run from Sophie McKinley, who we will 78. See. A late replacement for Dieter Hedman, who withdrew from the originally advertised lineup.
84. Lisa, you require 116.
Well, this really would show who is the Duchess of Darts, but Clark is going to get a look at the 90.
60.
All about staying straight on the 20s to start with. 2 big uns would leave the ball.
65.
Gave it a good go.
You require 56. 46. Steph, you require 25.
For a level game.
Game shot on the second leg.
That's a good recovery, that, and good composure there from Steph Clark as well. When you're in your first game of your time here at the Super Series, you know you've got a long week ahead. You just want that first leg on the board, and the way it was sort of unravelling there, missing the board, only just getting the
100.
big 9, very dangerously close to the double. Didn't affect dart 3. Every dart thrown is an individual process.
60.
Yeah, quite often you'll watch those sort of 2-dart
80.
combos where it's single to double. You probably did it shouting at your screen wherever you're watching. When the first dart's a little bit ropey on the single, they're
43.
never going to hit the double. So yeah, she did really well to regroup.
And how many times do we see it here when we're seeing players that are sort of learning on the
43.
job, gathering experience? Do we see them sort of overplay those scenarios and they think they're on a West End stage because the cameras are pointing at them, and they sort of overact
6.
the fact that it's really close and they try and show it and ultimately distracts from that previous dart, and you wouldn't have known if it was going right or wrong looking at Steph Clark there because it was just all within the
100.
process.
I think they're on the West End stage with the camera pointing at them. Good morning, Henry, if you're watching.
60.
Steph Clark,
58.
12th on the Women's Series Order of Merit at the end of last year. Above Katie Sheldon, above Kirsty Viinikainen, above
41.
Paige Paulin, and above
DC
Trina Gulliver. All
require
of
120.
will be in action this week, so she will feel that she can beat all of those players. Lisa Ashton, 5th, by the way, the
100.
highest ranked of any player in this week's event, just above Gemma Hayter by 1 place.
59. Lisa, you require 20.
She can bounce that in off that barrel, well, she
Gets on
doesn't
the
need
third
to.
leg,
She just
Lisa Ashton.
finds a clear route to the double, and Ashton here leads 2-1. Remember, it is a race to 3 legs
Fourth
on this
leg,
Women's
it's
Week.
Steph to throw
Every
first.
match played
Game
in
on.
the same format. Mentioned as well in that interview that she did have that injury issue that plagued much of last year, Lisa Ashton.
100.
With that in mind, winning Group A would be ideal for her, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You never know when it's going to flare up again. And
140.
she said that we're talking about another 2-year process, and I've got to give Lisa Ashton all the credit in the world because
121.
the second I had a problem, I ran for the hills, and she's battling through it, and she's out there trying to produce good darts, and she is producing good darts. The first maximum of the week goes away after Lancashire Rose.
60.
Yeah, really good stuff so far, and she's carrying on. Well, she better stop.
170.
Too good. 140, followed by 180, followed by 170, albeit inadvertent. The dart at the bullseye was meant for the 25, but this could be an 11-dart
85.
leg to win the opening
DC
match of the week.
require 11. No score. Steph, you require 135.
Just overshot there, Lisa Ashton. We'll be expecting to come back, and again, where we just bring the counting into question. Was drawing our eyes to the bullseye.
95. Lisa, you require
We'll now be
11.
drawing our eyes once again to that big single 3.
Well, she's hitting anything but. Left on 5 now. Oh, and she's hit the double
8.
1 as well. Well, this has gone
Steph, you
from the
require 40.
absolutely sublime to the most ridiculousness you could ever wish to see.
20. Lisa,
Well,
you
she's
require
just hit double 1.
3.
She needs a single first.
No score. Steph, you require
How
20.
things can unravel so quickly in this sport.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Steph
And
Clark.
Steph Clark levels up with a 19-dart leg after Lisa Ashton put
Fifth
herself in
and
such
final
a
leg. It's Lisa
promising
to throw
position, and it
first.
all unravelled. But it
Game
goes
on.
back to that dart at the bullseye, doesn't it? That went in the bull rather than the 25, left to that
6.
11 rather than the 36 she intended to leave. And it all went wrong from there.
And it was a decent leg when you look at
46.
it from Steph Clark there. 19-dart leg to hold the throw. She'll be happy with that. It was just the brilliance of Lisa Ashton made it feel like it was a bit of a poor leg, a bit of a steal. 5 treble 20s in a row from Lisa Ashton. Looked like she was going to wrap things up.
52.
Well, will she wrap things up? Will it be a straight case of holding the throw? Although that doesn't tell the full story.
100.
Even the missed doubles don't tell the full story, because it was missed singles that Lisa was having trouble with, or missed single in particular.
85. 58.
There is opportunity here for Steph Clark.
100.
Lisa not finding too much in the red.
You were saying.
108.
But there was opportunity. The opportunity has just been stamped out, and that's that quality, that's that experience there from Lisa Ashton.
Oh, what a response this is.
100.
Just to tap her on the shoulder, particularly after how the last leg unravelled. It's going to be one dart at double 16.
30.
And Steph Clark gets a look in here to win this match from nowhere.
Couple of singles. Oh, would have left a double, but now it needs to be a treble. Not going to be. Lisa Ashton will return 3 match dart opportunities.
32. Game shot and the match, Lisa Ashton.
Well, it was brilliant at times, it was bizarre at times, but Lisa Ashton does hold firm in the end. Plenty to be pleased about in that performance. Just that one little blip that saw Clark level up at 2-2. She then went to the Oki with 78 to win the match herself, but Ashton returned to pin that double 16 and pick up the first points of Women's Week. Who will join her in winning their opening match? Will it be Trina Gulliver or Vicky Pruim? We'll find out after the break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV for Women's Week, your first darting dose of 2025. And the first points have gone to Lisa Ashton, the 4-time Women's World Champion, getting over the line against Steph Clark. But from a 4-time World Champion to a 10-time World Champion, Trina Gulliver back for an 8th appearance at the Live Lounge, a Golden Girl, looking to roll back the year. She takes on the Swede, Vicky Pruim, Antwerp Lightning, born in Belgium but plays under a Swedish flag these days. And she did appear in the last Women's Week. A pacey player and a very good one as well. I think this could be a decent game, much like the first one.
Our referee Jack Garwood got a front row seat to all the action.
First leg, it's Trina to throw first. Game on.
Talk about the past of Trina Gulliver. We'll probably speak about that throughout the week as well, as you mentioned, those 10 world titles. But I think the
70.
interesting thing for Trina Gulliver is maybe her darting journey's not over yet. We're seeing her quite regularly, aren't we, on the seniors tour, and more so recently,
95.
we're seeing her be very, very competitive.
Yeah, well, one of the most successful players ever to throw a dart.
140.
They say class is permanent, and she's been through her trials and tribulations and troubles as Trina Gulliver, but she's come through them. Fantastic
6.
interview available on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel about her personal battles and how she has come through, and hoping now to flourish once again.
100.
But with that as well, you do get that little bit of name power. You do have that little bit of fear factor. We've seen that in the seniors, didn't we? Even though Phil Taylor was nowhere
123.
near the player that he was in his prime, people still played the name of Phil Taylor. And I wonder if we're going to see that this week as well, that the ladies that are going up against Trina
131.
are playing the name of Trina Gulliver.
Well, Pruim moving across, that's a great dart.
140. Trina
Got a
requires
couple of
6.
darts to put the pressure on Gulliver here. Single 20 found. She needs to shuffle across as well to find the double.
50. Vicky
Double
requires
10, now known as the Luke Littler. Well, we saw missed singles cause
43.
problems for both
Trina
players actually in the
required
previous
10.
game, and that's denied Vicky a dart double there. Pretty safe that one,
Game
but
shot
that
on the
attacked,
first leg.
and
Trina
Gulliver has the lead.
Second leg, it's Vicky to
Two
throw
players
first.
that have been doing battle
Game
for
on.
many a years. Vicky made her debut in the BDO World Championship back in 2002. Reached the
100.
semi-final on that occasion where she lost to Trina Gulliver. 16 years before she had another opportunity, before taking back to the
6.
Lakeside stage, when in 2018 she lost in the first round to Trina Gulliver. 22 years of battle. Well, we could say 23 now. We're in
81.
2025.
Any New Year's resolutions in the Edgar household?
45.
Yeah, I don't need to change anything. I'm absolutely fine.
140.
I'll leave it there, shall we?
No, just your traditional, lose a bit of weight, lose a bit of
59.
timber. Go to the gym for the whole of January. Does that mean you've got one that you're dying to tell us?
No, not at all, actually. I'm just interested. I got as far as signing up for the gym last year. Maybe I'll go one step further this time around.
Take it they've got a good vending machine.
60.
Very good.
Vicky require 80.
I can tuck into this one.
40.
Don't need one, actually, with the amount of chocolates we've got left over from Christmas.
45.
Not in
Vicky
the
requires
races in this leg.
40.
Trina Gulliver, Pruim has all the time in the world. And she
Game
finds
shot on
double
the
10
second
to level.
leg, Vicky Pruim.
So far today, every leg on throw.
I think that's the thing that Trina's just maybe lost over the years, isn't it?
Third
Just that
leg,
little bit of
it's Trina to throw
consistency. 'Cause that
first.
first leg she came out
Game on.
flying and then didn't back it up there in the scoring stakes in leg 2. The darts just sort of... the grouping had gone.
59.
I suppose that's the thing, you don't lose the ability to do it, you lose the ability to do it sort of on command.
100.
You do get the vibe that Trina Gulliver would be one of those players that benefit from being here for the entire week, and you feel we'll get opportunities somewhere to book a place in a
6.
Saturday night.
Well, the game that follows this will see the favourite. Trina Gulliver actually made the outsider with the bookmakers. Did that
6.
surprise you at all? Someone of her experience and prestige?
I think maybe a bit surprising on the basis of how she's performed recently on those seniors events. Certainly
78.
causing a few scares. But maybe the odds compilers coming up with a similar conclusion to what we're already looking
6.
at here after just a couple of legs, that maybe the consistency won't quite be there over the long format that is the Super Series.
126.
Yeah, Gemma Hayter, the favourite. She's going to take on Viinikainen, who reached the finals
6.
night of the first event.
$44. 28. Trina, you require 134.
Minimal 6 starts here for Trina Gulliver at the 134. They only need the 3. Just checking with what's left.
84.
We have seen a few interesting routes over the last couple of weeks, certainly during the World Championships.
6.
Trina Gulliver making sure
Trina
she's not added to
require
that
5th.
roll of honour. Or roll of dishonour, some may say.
She's going for a 10 there. So it's only going to be one dart. Oh, it's not even going to be that.
34. Vicky require 133. 47. Trina, you require 16.
No luck on the singles. How about the doubles?
No score. Vicky
No score,
require
no luck.
86.
And Pruim gets a look at 86. Treble 18 will be the target. Now she misses the segment, so needs a treble and can't get one. Gulliver returns.
34. Trina, you require 16. 8. Vicky require 52.
Dart 3, just a little wild there. Was just trying to stay away from the dart that was already in the board. We saw the deflection with the second dart. That is beautiful. A great marker.
32.
Wasn't
Trina,
able to
you
use.
require 8.
Another opportunity now. For Trina Gulliver, they're starting to add up.
Game shot on the third leg.
As does
Trina
the
Gulliver.
legs column. Gulliver a leg away from the first 2 points of the week.
Fourth leg. It's Vicky to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, gets there in the end. A determination to stay there and not switch
6.
after blocking that bed.
We talked about New Year's resolutions. It's also
84.
interesting to hear at this time of year from the players in regards to their ambitions and what they're going to be doing, what they're going to be taking part in, what their goals are.
58.
I imagine that Vicky will be looking to try and book a ticket back to Lakeside. She did pick up a WF title last year, first one in
81.
pretty much 7 years, when she beat Bo Greaves in the final of the Isle of Man Classic, one of the more popular attended
40.
events, one of the more fiercely competitive events on the WF circuit.
Well, staying on that theme, it is very interesting that Bo Greaves decided in the end to go to qualifying
100.
school, something that she's not really entertained before.
Which then poses that question, doesn't it?
41.
Is she going for experience and potential challenge tour, or is she going to try and now get onto the PDC Pro Tour?
140.
If she's going there to get a card, I think she would.
And does that motivation, that aim change
100.
if she does
Trini require 95.
do well there, even if it wasn't the intention in the first place? Well, that certainly was the intention.
63.
And that was close. And Trina Gulliver is closing in on a victory here. Hasn't been the greatest performance she's ever played, but it's been effective enough.
140. Trini require 32. $16. Vicky
A wall of darts there that she was
62.
able to play into. Opened up the bed, just couldn't find the target. Tops for a level game.
42. Trini, you require 16.
Couldn't quite get the height.
Game shot and the
And
match.
it is
Trina Gulliver.
a Gulliver glory in her opening match of this Women's Week. A 3-1 victory over Vicky Pruim. Missed plenty of darts at doubles to cross the line in legs. 17, in fact, in the game. But despite missing all those opportunities, she still gets a 3-1 win and picks up a couple of points, just like Lisa Ashton did in Game 1. Well, the favourite to win this Women's Week is Gemma Hayter, and she's in action next. She's going to take on Finland's Kirsi Viinikainen. Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events,
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
week starring Luke Littler. Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour. Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's destructive. It's Daryl Pilgrim with the record average.
And insane 9-dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12.
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now. Game 3 then here at the Pluto TV Modus Super Series features the player who is expected by the odds compilers to win this week, the second Women's Week held here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, UK. And that is Gemma Hayter, who has had some success on this stage already. She made the finals in the previous series, a 31-year-old who lives very local to the venue here, just down the road in Goffsport. She also won the WADC event. Kirsty Viinikainen made the finals of the first Women's Week, the 52-year-old from Finland, and she was quite emotional at qualifying when she did it on a Friday night. Really enjoyed her visit here last time, was overcome with getting through to the big occasion on a Saturday, and she'll be wanting to experience that again. She'll be a test here for Hayter in her opening match.
I like the wording of that, actually, a test, because that's how I feel she is, not just here for Gemma Hayter, but here for this week and here within the whole ladies' sport.
Game on.
And almost did something incredible, didn't she, at the Lakeside? Kirsty Viinikainen almost hit a 9-dart finish.
100.
Someone who's really benefiting, isn't she, from the opportunities that are now provided within the ladies' game. And, you know, when you got to travel like she will do, coming over from Finland or Sweden, wherever she's been based throughout the years, I mean, there's no point in trying to sugarcoat it. There's no point in trying to mislead people, because everyone can see what it is. There will be times, certainly in the BDO days or within the WDF system, that a female player will go to a tournament, and even if they win 41. It, they will lose money. And I know there'll be people that suggest, well, you shouldn't always play for the money, but you can't pay your bills in trophies.
41.
Which actually I'm quite glad for, or else I'd probably be homeless right now.
$140.
Some of us haven't got the cash or the trophies, Matt. Gemma Hayter has lifted a trophy in this venue, as mentioned, that women's ADC event. She thrashed Fallon Sherrick in that final.
When you're looking for someone to join in that conversation, years ago it was
100.
The Fallon Sherrick and Lisa Ashton show, and we says, if Bo Greaves decides to join in, she'd be in that party. Gemma Hayter has to be that next player to join the real elite of the ladies' game.
A 160 on offer here for Viinikainen, and it's still on offer. Another one can't be found, so Hayter will get a look at the ton. But she's been given a bit of a sighter here of
64.
Type of opposition she's facing.
You require 100. $60. Kirsty, you require 96.
Stayed there looking to lead the 8-8. Unable to on this occasion. And Gemma Hayter tends to not miss these
40.
sort of opportunities.
no score.
As on this
Yes, you
occasion,
require
can
40.
Viinikainen do what Hayter could not? Well, not only has she missed, but she's missed the entire segment, meaning she now has to use a dart to get to a double, and she's hit a double. Scored 39 out of 40. And that means she's bust.
You could tell she didn't want to be there, couldn't you, from the moment that
32.
double five went in.
Yes, you require 40.
Shake of the head. Another opportunity here. Viinikainen to break the throw.
$20. Gemma, you require 8.
We dubbed it the land of opportunity. It's been the leg of opportunity.
Game shot on the first
But the leg is in the ledger under H for Hayter. Played, of course, a full week at that ADC Global Championship, the fantastic event that was held before a Christmas break from the live action. Of course, you have been treated to 24/7 content on Pluto TV. And we've scheduled in a few times a repeat of the final that she won. We are going to be repeating in full the ADC Global Championship. That's going to be getting underway,
100.
if you're watching in the UK, quite late at night from next week. This week, during the evenings, you can watch back the first Women's Week, if you didn't catch that the first time around. But when she did play that full week, we spoke about Lisa Ashton's injury. She said by the end of it that she was in pieces physically, Gemma Hayter. She just never played that amount of darts.
It does. It wears on you, especially if there's something just a little bit underlining.
60.
I can speak from experience on this. When I dropped off the tour, I thought, happy days, I'm going to go cash in. I'm going to play as much as I can in the old online league in Southampton, and I think I was down in it once every 3 weeks or so. I was playing in that, and
80.
It really did accelerate the issues within the arm. It's a process as well that a lot of people maybe don't do correctly.
140.
From experience of being out there, a lot of people don't traditionally do any sort of routines or warm-up routines. It's literally just get me on the board, I'll have some throws, I'm ready to go. And that might be why we're seeing injuries constantly increase within the sport at the moment, because the amount of reps that have been put on the arm now have increased dramatically, but the maintenance has not been looked into yet.
45.
Yeah, we've seen some players speak candidly about it as well. Nathan Aspinall's the sort of high-profile one that springs to mind. What a fighter he is. Michael Van Gerwen himself suffering with that carpal tunnel syndrome.
43. Gemma, you require 156.
Which leads to technical changes. Michael Van Gerwen, we can evidently see how the dart has changed the angle in the hand.
92.
But a better leg here for Gemma Hayter, looking to break the throat. Establish a bit of a cushion.
108.
Oh, that was well timed, wasn't it? Pressure applied.
48.
Well, you can't see anything there to suggest that the pressure put her off at all, because they were good darts. Found the treble and just missed the double. But Viinikainen's given herself this chance with the maximum.
Eight.
Hasn't taken it.
Gemma, you require 16. Game shot on the
That's the
second
part of the game that's caused
Hayter.
troubles for them so far, but not on this occasion for Gemma Hayter, who gets full control of this game now and asserts herself as the favourite.
Game on.
She's someone who sort of stepped away from the game for a period of time, isn't she, Gemma Hayter? And it makes you wonder, how many more Gemma Hayters are there out
59.
there who maybe wasn't involved with the game because there wasn't a legitimate career path for ladies before until sort of the recent years with the Women's Series, the now pathways into the Grand Slam, the World Championships, the Women's World Match Play, something that Gemma Hayter will certainly be eyeing up in 2025.
Yeah, and that speaks to your point earlier about a player who could really emerge. Look, she has won women's series titles last year, but that world match play, I think you're totally right. If somebody is going to sort of breach that Greaves, Sherrick dominance at the top of the women's sport in the PDC,
97.
Hayter could be the one in Blackpool, couldn't she, this summer?
You know for sure the players at the top will be looking over their shoulder, knowing full well
100.
what she is capable of, and she continues to demonstrate.
And she could be going straight to the top of the table as predicted by the odds compilers, because Lisa Ashton won 3-2, Trina Gulliver won 3-1. Gemma Hayter could be about to win 3-0.
121.
We don't have long before the Women's Series kicks off in 2025.
56.
That will be taking place in Leicester, the 15th and 16th of February. Around about 5 weeks' time.
$133.
At the tour that Fallon Sherrick and Noah Lynn Van Leuven booked their
95.
place to
Casey
Alexandra
require
Palace
50.
recently.
50 then for Viinikainen to get a leg on the board. Solid dart in the 10.
Game
Always
shot
an
on the third
indication
leg.
that
Casey
the double may
Viinikainen.
follow, and it does. There will not be a whitewash in the opening round of fixtures.
Fourth flag. It's Casey to throw first. Game on.
Very methodical, isn't she, in the approach? Everything from the throwing of the dart to the walking around the oche and the commanding of the stage.
41.
Yeah, does her own thing in her own time. Bit more vigour in the throw of Hayter.
100.
I've got a little game for you on a Monday morning. It's a little bit of a comparison game. So,
100.
if we was looking at Viinikainen being in the main PDC order of merit, what player would you compare her to in the women's game?
108.
Play along at home. Shout out at your TV or your device as Gemma Hayter hits her maximum. I'm going to say
81.
Danny Noppert.
Okay, I was going to go Damon Heta. Always dangerous,
140.
always well respected, but hasn't quite got the titles yet.
So who won?
I did, because it was my game, and it's my ball, and if you don't like it, I'm going home. If I'm not Alan Shearer, I'm off.
26. Gemma, you
Gemma
require
Hayter might be about
81.
to win this particular game. 81 required. Well, that's okay. 20 for tops.
46.
Well, that's not okay in terms of the visit, but it probably is in terms of the leg and match, because Viinikainen's a long way behind.
Time on the side, but she doesn't look too comfortable at the back of the stage. Almost looks frustrated,
40.
and that'll probably be
Gemma, you
over the
require
overall
55.
performance rather than the fact she's down to this shot after just 12 darts.
Three.
Well, maybe it's because she's not feeling comfortable on the doubles, because the hitting is just 2 from 14 darts.
$85. Gemma, you require 32.
Not bad darts at the double.
Game
And that-
shot and the match.
Here's a
Gemma
perfectly
Hayter.
pitched one. Hayter gets the opening victory, a 3-1 success against Casey Viinikainen. A good start for the favourite here. Viinikainen hoping to make it to the finals like she did last time. But Hayter has done a good job in that game. Not much between them in terms of the averages, but Hayter had twice as many darts at doubles and took those opportunities in the end to cross the line with 2 points in the pocket. So Gulliver, Hayter and Ashton all win their opening matches, and Trina is back in action next. She's going to take on Steph Clark.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me?
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul. I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player. He's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're into the second round of fixtures at this second Women's Week, and Trina Gulliver is looking for her second victory, having come through 3-1 against Vicky Pruim in her first match of Monday morning as we return for the live action for 2025. She takes on Steph Clark, who was edged out 3-2 by Lisa Ashton in the opening match of Group A. And I think we probably saw inconsistencies from both players in the first game that means that this game could well be another close encounter.
First leg, it's Steph to throw first. Game on. 81. 45.
Lots of stars on the back of Trina Gulliver, representing the multiple world championships that she's picked up. It looks like the sky on the back of her shirt. But that last title came in 2016 when she beat Dieter Hedman in the World Championship final. She's come close on a couple of occasions since, quarterfinals, semi-finals. Eileen de Graaf, Anastasia Dobromizova and Lorraine Winstanley, who is coming here later on in the week. But that's not where her winning stopped in 2016. She's actually won in that highly competitive field, that is the PDC's Women's Series, where pretty much all the best female players get together, and that win came in 2022.
66.
Just a few years ago. So we know she's still got the qualities. The question is, can she get through to a Saturday
84.
night here? I would say yes.
Yeah, certainly in with a real chance this week of making it. And then once you're there, who knows who wins? Of course, the
97.
first women's week, everybody thought it was going to be Bo or Fallon, but Rhiannon Sullivan took the title.
140.
I think that was a real good vibe and result that week in a way, because
85. Steph, you require
when you look
90.
at social media and all the interactions we had here, it was almost as if the suggestion was, why are we bothering with the week? Let's just put Fallon versus Bo over a long
46.
format and give them the title. Well, it was neither. Just showing the emerging strength and depth within the women's game.
134. Steph, you require
Both players on the same
44.
finish. 12 leaves 32.
Game shot on
That's
the
a
first
very
leg.
nice,
Steph
clean
Clark.
kill from Steph Clark to take the first leg.
Second leg, it's Trina to throw first. Game on.
So going back to the game we played in the
22.
last one, Murph, which was how do we compare the ladies, as if we was going to compare it to the male game. Trina Gulliver, nice and easy.
45.
Phil Taylor.
Yep, I can't argue with that. So that's a draw. And that's a Robin Hood. And it was almost
20.
another one. 3 darts thrown, only one of them in the board. 20 points for Trina Gulliver there.
$26.
You can ask me Steph Clark now, aren't you?
Yeah, this one's a trickier one to play the game.
55.
Well, I think you've got to look at someone who's got potential, but maybe yet to see it fulfilled.
I'm going to go then with Mickey
6.
Mansell. Steady, consistent, no one really wants to draw them, and at any moment can go on a bit of a run.
100. $85.
I'm going to look at that recent World Championship. I'm going to go at Nick Kenny. Beat Barney, of course, at Ali Pali. Capable of beating the big
92.
players. But will she be able to put a run of results together at any point this week? That remains to be seen.
45.
You continue to get in touch with us
6.
across social media platforms at MSS Darts. Give us your suggestions.
59. Trina, you require 152.
6 darts guaranteed here for Trina.
$45.
Doesn't make too much of a dent there, Trina, allowing an opportunity for Steph Clark if she can find one of those big power trebles.
41. Trina, you require 107.
21 darts thrown, and we are getting into the finishing stages here of this leg, which can start to cause a bit of frustration.
Game shot on
No
the second
frustration on the
leg.
finishing
Trina
there, though.
Gulliver.
Trina Gulliver, the first tumpless checkout of the week. But the frustration there will be for
Third
Steph
leg, it's
Clark,
Steph
who,
to throw first.
after 21
Game
darts,
on.
didn't even get a go at a finish. When you're playing a player with the quality of Trina Gulliver, they're the chances you're going to have to
36.
take against the darts.
Yeah, lovely check out that for Trina.
$83.
You are watching Women's Week at the Modus Super Series, live on Pluto TV. If you are still
44.
watching on the YouTube channel, you will need to make sure you have downloaded that Pluto TV app onto your smart device, smart TV, for the best viewing experience.
25.
If Pluto TV is not available where you are, then you'll be able to carry on watching on the YouTube channel, but anywhere it is available
42.
will be exclusive on Pluto TV very, very shortly indeed. We'll give you all the information on when and how to do that, but it's really simple. Download the app, find the Modus Super Series Modus Super Series channel on Pluto TV, and stream for free.
Do you know how simple it is, Murph, right? I can't even set my
95.
emails up on my laptop. I had to get our tech guy to sort that out. But even I could find the Pluto app.
There we go.
Easier than an email.
92.
And plenty to enjoy this year as well. Of course, all of the live events, including
48.
plenty of specials weeks, more specials weeks every 6 weeks now. We'll have a special halfway between the series. And it was announced at the end of last year, of course, the Legends League, which is next week.
123.
International pairs events coming up here. A Rising Stars week as well. I think that'll gain a lot of interest based on who's just won the World Championship.
100.
I think ability-wise, that could potentially be one of our strongest weeks we've ever had.
45. Steph, you require 135.
Yeah, 16 to 21, the criteria for that. Age, not average.
25. Trina, you require 128.
I expect to see Trina start over on the 18s here. The counting and the mathematics has been called into question already of some of the players, but not of Trina. She's
77.
someone who knows her way around a dartboard.
Steph, you require 110.
That leaves no finishing possibility here for Steph Clark, so Trina Gulliver going to get a chance to break.
70. Trina, you require 51.
Chance to break and take the lead and put herself a leg away from the match. 2 darts at tops.
Game shot on the third leg. Trina Gulliver.
She's certainly put that finishing right, hasn't she? Trina Gulliver here.
Fourth leg. It's Trina to throw
Not
first.
a dart missed at double in the game.
Game up. $83. $81.
Still got that same really
99.
solid throw, hasn't she, Trina Gulliver? The one that saw her win all of those world titles. I know you're a coach and analyst. Matt, what do you make of
59.
Steph Clark's technique?
Different. Not the traditional, shall we say.
100.
But there are still a lot of the real key fundamentals in there. I think a lot of the time we
95.
focus too much on what people are doing differently rather than what people are doing collectively. What are all the people doing the same? And there are a lot of the things in there that need to be. And
49.
just with a few minor tweaks, we could get maybe a little bit more consistency in there, because it is that. It's the high and the low.
41. Trina, you require
Just a
170.
little bit of grouping.
Well, not taking much out of this here.
30. $59. Trina, you require 140.
Again, we see her leave a bogey number, switching to the wrong target. And I think she's just realised.
Not the first time as well.
40.
She did that in the opening match as well when she went down 3 legs to 2 to Lisa Ashton in game 1.
98. Trina, you require
Can
100.
Trina Gulliver carry on this perfect record of finishing? Needs treble 19 for double 19. Not to be. So Clark's got an opportunity to do what she did in the first game and get
25.
level at
Steph, you
2-2.
require 68. Game shot on the 4th leg, Steph Clark.
We alluded to that pattern of play here in regards to the doubles. Not a single dart missed, and that
5th and
continues.
final leg, it's Steph
4
to
darts
throw
thrown at the
first.
double, 4 darts
Game
hit.
up. 59.
Really good in that department. And the difference this time around from the first match that Clark played,
97.
she has the darts in the decider.
$100.
Real good use of the opening dart there, and that's something that will develop in a game as well as she continues to gather experience. The ability to use a
55.
dart that's already in the board, because she's got a very upwards angle of entry on the dart that when it hits that top wire of the treble 20, you should. Like, that is a perfect dart for another treble.
85.
Something that will come with a bit of time.
$97. $60.
Trying to hunt down that treble 20, having put one below it. That's a great dart from Gulliver.
100.
She is first to a finish, but Clark, if she can find just one treble here, well, not that one, would probably be favourite for the leg and therefore the match. And she does find a big
83.
treble 20.
Trina, you require 152. $107. Steph, you require 114.
This for the win.
We've not seen a missed dart or a double yet in this game, and
42.
if Trina can stay straight
Trina,
on
you
the
require
single number here,
45.
she's going to get 2 darts for the match.
Ops for tops. First miss comes when it's for the win, but it doesn't
shot and the
matter. She
match.
still went out in the
Trina
visit,
Gulliver.
and she does double her points tally for the day. Price is the outsider by the bookies. Well, she's proving them wrong. You cannot write off a 10-time world champion. 2 wins from 2 for Trina Gulliver, 2 defeats from 2 for Steph Clark, both of them in last leg deciders, and the finishing was a standout of that game from both players. Just 1 dart missed at double, but that was in the winning shot for Trina Gulliver as she crosses the line for a second win of the day. Hoping to follow in her footsteps is Lisa Ashton, who takes on Kirsty Viinikainen after the break. Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 a.m. on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 p.m. and 10 p.m. Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 p.m. on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker take a and Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and
It's
the match.
Darryl Pilgrim with the
Darryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12. To become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen. Just when? When is it going to happen? Been so long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series on this Women's Week, where we've just seen Trina Gulliver double her wins tally from 2 games. She's got maximum points, 4 in her pocket, and Lisa Ashton is looking to follow suit when she faces Kirsty Viinikainen. She went down 3-1 to Gemma Hayter just a couple of games ago. Ashton got the better of Steph Clark 3-2 in her opener, and I think we saw some quite positive signs from Lisa Ashton in that opening match. A couple of 180s in there. She took out a nice 80 checkout as well for starters. Had a bit of a rest over the last few weeks after a disappointing Lakeside campaign. But she's going to be a danger if she carries on playing like she did in Game 1.
Absolutely, but
First
you
leg,
kind of
it's
got to feel a
Kirsty
little
to
bit
throw
here for
first.
Viinikainen.
Game on.
This isn't your traditional darts tournament. This is a league table, and a league table that runs over 3 days here in a Group A campaign. And opening game had to play
83.
Gemma Hayter. Now having to play a 4-time world champion Lisa Ashton, you'd say, on ability and what we know about the players and what we expect of the players,
140.
that's the hardest 2 matches first. Then what you tend to do is if you don't get a result out of those first 2 games, you behind on the table, you feel like you're chasing.
83.
You feel like you're playing for second best, which ultimately would be a maximum then of 6 points, and you can just change how you
55.
approach the day, how you approach the group. So sometimes the scheduling and where those fixtures come can play a big part, and it's not worked out well for Viinikainen, certainly if she's not able to cash something in here.
Yeah, of course, if you are unfamiliar with the Modus Super Series format, maybe you've just started watching darts recently like many have.
136.
15 fixtures played today, but played in reverse order tomorrow, so she's going to have a run over 2 days of playing players where she'll feel in with much more of a chance. The end of today and the start of tomorrow.
105.
Both players leaving 170. That gives us a possibility of something special here.
94. Courtesy you require 170.
Not happening in this leg.
78. Lisa you require
I've
76.
seen a 170 already today. It was a set-up shot that caused a lot of problems for Lisa Ashton in her first match.
51. Courtesy you
Fine
require
effort there,
92.
considering that those big barrels that Lisa Ashton plays with wouldn't have left her much of a sighter, despite having to move all the way to the left-hand side of the hockey. Opting to go the aggressive route here, Viinikainen. But that relied on hitting a treble and not the treble 3. So Lisa Ashton will get another opportunity to mop up here and break the throw
26.
in the opening leg.
Lisa you require 25. 21. Courtesy you require 66.
Double top then.
Game shot on the first
And
leg.
the Finn
courtesy
finds a finish
Viinikainen.
to take the first leg.
Second leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
3 darts missed at double by Lisa Ashton, punished by that 66 for Viinikainen.
You did have an opportunity to have a few moments with Lisa Ashton at the start of the day, didn't you? And she said that after the disappointment of Lakeside, she sort of put the darts down for a little bit, had a bit of time off just to
41.
reflect and start to rebuild. And I think what we're seeing here is maybe evidence of that time off for Lisa Ashton, because what we're finding is when she's around the treble 20, the grouping's there, the scoring's there, but it's when she needs to move around the board. And that's the thing that you're going to lose when you lose that fluency of playing on a regular basis. We saw clear signs and evidence of that in the opening match when she got down to the finishers against Steph Clark and she was hitting double 3 going for single 3, big 19, double 1 going for the single.
100.
Seems to be okay in that concentrated area, which is probably where she's probably thrown a lot of her darts when she's had a practice or when she's been backstage. It's just that shifting that's causing some problems.
42.
All evidence of that first part of Matthew Edgar's analysis on show there from Lisa Ashton. We'll see the second part when she returns.
45. Lisa you require 101. 49.
He's left-hander here. Viinikainen way back.
24. Lisa you require 52. 44.
And that's what causes frustration as well, when you feel like you're throwing a good dart and you're just clipping wires when you're going around. Because there's not really anything you can change from that point.
Yeah, not bad darts, but she is 0 from 5 in terms of double attempts.
99. Lisa you require
She put
8.
that right with one of the next 3. Yeah, the first
on
one.
a second leg. Lisa
Ashton. Ashton levels up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Kersey to throw first. Game on. $140. 60.
Makes you wonder this time of year, doesn't it, what are the roads that are ahead? We know Viinikainen, I spoke to her earlier on today, her big goal, ambition is to get back to Lakeside. She will be out playing as much as she can. She's going to try and get to all the Women's Series events if possible.
100.
But the main goal is to get back to Lakeside. So we're going to see a lot of her on the WDF circuit. I wonder if we're going to see very similar from Lisa Ashton as well.
85.
Because it must have been a very, very hard one to swallow going out in the opening round in a tournament that she's been so dominant in over the years. And there'll probably be that now professional pride in Lisa Ashton that wants to go there and put that right.
60.
Obviously, this year very different on the WWF circuit. Last year, it was over a 2-year qualification system, so some
96.
players didn't even have to go to any events and they're qualified, where this year it's gone back and reverted to that 1-year system. So it's everything that happens from November of 2024 to October of 2025.
One of the good things
100.
for the women players is that they can play in anything and everything. Lisa Ashton, a great example of that. Playing here, playing the seniors,
68.
playing the WDF,
Courtesy require 101.
playing ADC.
$69.
Nice pick off there with the last start. Leaves a double after 15. A good leg here from Viinikainen.
100. Courtesy require 32.
Okay, another one.
Is there a way in?
I would say no.
Got to be left and over the top.
24. Lisa require 92.
I won that game. 17 for the bull. Trying to use the barrier. Wrong side.
67.
Not by much.
Courtesy require 8.
Almost replicating the same sort of shot she did in leg number 1.
Game shot on the third leg. Courtesy Viinikainen.
There's one thing that we can see clear evidence in when we look at the first lap of fixtures compared to the
Fourth
second
leg.
cycle
It's
of
Lisa to
fixtures
throw
today.
first.
And that is
Game on.
in lap number 2, when the players have come back to the hockey, the doubling has improved significantly from that we saw in their opening games.
Maybe the switching up of the practice games in between those matches. First week back, you're not always at your sharpest, are you?
140.
They put it right quickly.
108.
Everything right about that visit from Lisa Ashton.
100. $60. $140.
But down to a finish after 9. Good scoring leg from the pair.
97.
We're saying how good it was in
Courtesy
the last
require
leg, but Viinikainen leaving a
121.
double after 15. Lisa Ashton's raised it. He's a double after 12, but may not get a shot.
Won't if Kirsty can find the ball.
96. Lisa required 24.
To take us the distance.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Lisa Ashton.
Lisa Ashton
Fifth
just
and
having
final
a little
leg.
check
It's
over to the
Kirsty to throw
scoreboard, see who's
first.
throwing first in the
Game
deciding leg. Should probably now be wishing she had that advantage, because in a game like this where it's so evenly matched, the advantage of who throws first can be the telling factor.
140. $125.
She'd had to go the distance in her opening match. She had the darts in the decider. Makes a good start against them.
95. 59.
Straight off the wire, that, wasn't it? So unlucky. But that one wasn't intended to go there.
38.
Nor there.
$81. $100.
She'd have been happy with a ton before she approached the board on that occasion.
85.
A big last start there for Lisa Ashton. Gets her down to a finish.
128.
First strike. Viinikainen goes the right way. Now, has to be wary of that treble 20.
116. Lisa require 151.
Yeah, I thought that she'd got a good guide, you know. On the 18s, it looked like a nice dart high in the bed.
119.
Both players leave doubles.
Jersey required
Viinikainen
12.
will have the first go. Double three.
No score.
Not to be, and
BC
only just the wrong side of the
32.
wire.
Game shot.
And
the
Lisa
match.
Ashton punishes,
Lisa Ashton.
capitalises, cashes in, and for the second consecutive game wins in a last leg decider. This time she faced the match darts, Viinikainen having 3 of those there in that last leg, but it's Ashton who picks up the points and joins Trina Gulliver in winning both of her opening games. Decent performance, that 88.43 the average, another maximum for Lisa Ashton as well, but had to survive those match darts before hitting that double 16 to get the win. Gemma Hayter also won her opening match. Will the pattern continue? She takes on Vicky Pruim next. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, UK for the Women's Week at the Modus Super Series, the first week of live action on Pluto TV in 2025. Following this next week, the Legends League featuring some top stars of yesteryear. And then the week after that, Series 10 gets underway. And a player who played in Series 9, Gemma Hayter, in action now, the favourite to win this Women's Week. She won her first match, and the two players that did that already have gone on to win their second, Trina Gulliver and Lisa Ashton. So will that little trend continue? We'll find out here as she takes on Vicky Pruim.
Six.
Well, a beautiful opening dart there for Gemma Hayter, and does make a big difference when you start a game well. It just settles you into the action, and she has obviously picked up success in her opening game, 3 legs to 1. But I suppose for Gemma Hayter here, she's probably experiencing something new, something she's not experienced before, and that is to be the favourite and to be such a strong favourite, not just to win a match, but to win a group and to win a week.
85.
Everyone in this sport loves being the underdog. I remember conversations with someone I travelled with on a regular basis, Ryan Searle, who always tried to play the underdog role. Even when he's in the top 16, it's like, Ryan, you can't be the underdog. You're in the top 16 of the world playing an international qualifier.
95.
It doesn't work that way.
Who would have thought
54.
Michael van Gerwen would go into a World Championship final as the underdog, but he did, and it was proved right.
Actually, maybe I've misquoted that, haven't I? Because not everybody likes being the underdog.
54. Vicky require 123.
1, 2, 3 for Vicky. Treble 18. So Hayter will come back for the 84. And we did see an increase in
Gemma, you require 84.
double efficiency for the other players in the last couple of games.
Game shot on the first leg.
Certainly is
Gemma
continuing as Hayter cleans that up with no trouble at all.
Second leg, it's Gemma to throw first. Game on.
Break a throw in the opening leg.
$140.
Well, in the last game, we saw Lisa Ashton pick up a 3-2 victory over Viinikainen with statistically the best performance of the day so far, an average of 88.43. Well, Gemma Hayter looking to eclipse that here in the early going to this game with Vicky.
45. $100.
He's using a bit of new equipment today. Gemma Hayter making that move to the moulded flights, which a lot of players are doing.
140.
Yeah, big debate at the moment in the world of darts. Is it the folded or moulded flight system? Which one works the best? And
100.
do you know what? It's something I've been really digging into over the Christmas period because I was hoping to come up with an answer and have a definitive answer and be able to prove it.
140.
But the problem is they've both got pros and cons to the point where neither really outweigh the other.
We've seen Connor Scott and Devon Peterson using
Gemma, you require 36.
flights with just 3 fins.
Game shot on the
Whatever
second
she's
leg.
working, it's
Gemma
working. 96.97 average here after the first couple of legs, but there might only be one leg left if she carries on at this level.
Game on.
Well, it is a big, big advantage, isn't it? If you could essentially throw a dart without a flight in. You get a clean open target every time, and that's how it looks at the moment for Gemma Hayter. Having in just shy of 97. If she can sustain anything like this throughout the week, that 15-8 could look a very big price.
85.
The players that have won are going to start clashing very soon. Gulliver and Hayter will play in a couple of games' time. One of Viinikainen or Clark will get off the mark in the match that follows this one.
$81. $140.
Well, there's a piercing concentration on that particular target, but there was no room at the inn.
$128. Vicky require 140.
There was this time. Double 10.
130.
What a shot that could have been.
Gemma, you require 134.
She's probably frustrated at the fact she had to move away there because that treble 20 looks so inviting.
10.
Which begs the question, did she have to?
Game shot on the third leg. Vicky Pruim.
Vicky halves the deficit, gets herself into the game.
Fourth leg. It's Gemma to throw first. Game on. $45.
Been putting the hours in, hasn't she, over the Christmas period, Gemma Hayter. Obviously looking forward to 2025 and the opportunities that present themselves. A clean slate as the Women's Series works on a one-year rolling system.
26.
Certainly for those World Championships and Grand Slam opportunities.
81.
I'm sure we're going to see Gemma Hayter here once again in a regular series here at the Super Series due to the success she's had reaching a Saturday night for a regular campaign.
$41.
Are you seeing enough yet to
55.
cement her place as favourite this week?
Maybe not so much yet, but that's because I know what she's capable of and I know the quality she's got, and I think there's a lot more still in there for Gemma Hayter. I think the one that's impressed me the most so far is going to be Lisa Ashton. Statistically the best performance in the
100.
previous game and responding well to adversity, responding well to those moments and ultimately doing what she said she was going to do.
6.
And that is use that banked experience. Certainly be a very interesting clash when the two play each other later on.
Hayter closing out this clash.
95. Gemma, you require
76 required to do so. And tops. In tops.
And the match.
And on top.
Gemma Hayter.
Gemma Hayter follows in the footsteps of Trina Gulliver and Lisa Ashton by winning both of her opening encounters. And she's done it slightly better than they have in order to go to the top of the table. As early as it is, 2 games played for all the players. 3 defeats for Vicky Pruim. Sorry, 2 defeats for Vicky Pruim. 2 defeats for Kirsty Viinikainen. 2 defeats for Steph Clark. But it's Ashton, Gulliver and Hayter who've got unbeaten records so far. And we are going to see Gulliver and Hayter go head-to-head in a couple of games' time. But before that, one of Clark or Viinikainen will pick up their first points of the day.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me.
I did with Taylor.
Where's Russ when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul. I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent's not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back to Women's Week as the live darts action returns on Pluto TV here at the Modus Super Series. And here is what has happened so far. If you're just waking up and tuning in, Lisa Ashton, Trina Gulliver and Gemma Hayter, well, they have all been awake from the start because not only did they all win their first match, they've all won their second as well. Steph Clark maybe can count herself a little unfortunate losing both of those games 3-2, but she can get her first victory here if she can beat the Finnish thrower, Kirsi Viinikainen. She also went down 3-2 to Lisa Ashton. Yeah, before today started, would have probably made Kirsi a favourite for this game, but based on today, would that have changed? Do you think maybe Steph has shown a little bit more than Viinikainen so far?
Yeah, I've been probably quietly impressed with both of them in different areas. I think for composure, Steph Clark's shown some really good, despite the
first leg.
I don't say lack of experience.
Game on.
But someone who's learning on the job. Where Viinikainen, we just saw, had that really good game with Lisa Ashton, where it was really rivaling.
39.
And I think this is probably one of those games where the importance has increased, because without picking up points in the early part, scoreboard pressure does play a part, and you can feel very quickly that you're out of a Group A. You'll never really feel you're going to win it on the opening day, but you can feel like you're out of it.
80.
Oh, Kirsty Viinikainen, who had that tantalising
76.
9-dart attempt at the Lakeside last month. Kicks off 180 here. And what a
100.
story that was at the World Championship this time around. Fans filling their pockets with £60,000 thanks to the charity fundraising of the sponsors, dishing out the dough to the player, the charity, and a lucky fan in the audience for the 9-dart finishers, hit by Christian Kist and Damon Hayter.
Yeah, and there's a few questions around that, wasn't there? Does Christian Kist get it on the Order of Merit? Does Damon Hayter get it on the Order of Merit? Or is it John? Well, if that was the case, then Prostate Cancer UK would now be the world number 49.
6.
Yeah, and the couple of fans have been in the top 100. Yeah, great touch. Over £1 million raised for a great cause.
45.
Some trophy as well, wasn't it? They presented Luke Littler with for hitting the most
96.
180s. It was the same size as
Does
the
he
world
require
title.
135.
Well, at our first influence event, well, at all our influence events, we've the powers that be decided, didn't they, to donate a bit of extra cash for a 180, and an influencer hit one in his first visit. Because he's taking the time here to decide where to go. 85 remaining. And that tees up tops.
115. 78. Gussie required 20. Game shot on the first leg, Gussie Viinikainen.
Now, I've been intensely watching Steph Clark here in
Second
regards
leg,
to the
it's Kirsty
flights.
to throw first. Game
You
on.
see there in her hand, there is 3 different colours. She's got traffic lights, essentially. Red, yellow, which will be amber before someone tells me there's no yellow in a traffic light.
81.
And green. And I was wondering if there's maybe a pattern to which she throws them in, but no, they're just a random order of flights. Now, the reason it's interesting is because we get a lot of people who will use things like different coloured flights as a bit of a psychological aid, something to concentrate on, something to take you away from letting your mind just
43.
run free and giving it an active thought. And when you organise them in your hand in a certain way, maybe she was going to
6.
organise them like a traffic light. Green, yellow, red.
She tried that, but she kept stopping.
But there's certainly no organisation of it. I'm watching Steph at the moment at the back of the
43.
stage, just looking over the shoulder, watching the board. And they're coming out in a different order as well. But there are little
58.
tricks and little things that go on with the players' darts. Those people that have worked with sports psychologists in the past to try and find ways to stop that sort of nervous energy taking over.
66.
And nervous energy is something that both of these players may well be experiencing right now.
26.
Still looking for the first win of the day.
Nervous energy can be a really good thing. We often put it down to being a negative, but actually channeled right, it's a fantastic tool. Because when you think about what it's going to do, it's going to start pumping the body full of adrenaline.
60.
And if I said to you right now, I've got this drink or this bar that if you eat it or if you drink it, you're going to get better eyesight, you're going to get better feel, you're going to get better
6.
touch, all the senses that will heighten with the adrenaline, you'd buy every bit I've got.
Yeah, it's reframing it, isn't it? If you said to me, I'm going to give you this drink, it's going to make you nervous, I'd say, well, you keep hold of that one.
98.
It's all about the stories you tell yourself, isn't it? How do you channel it? How do you deal with those emotions?
140. Courtesy you require 110.
110 on offer, having threatened a 135 in the previous. And she did take out.
Game shot on the second leg.
Great double 10.
Viinikainen.
Now she's taken out a great tops for a fantastic finish.
Third
Couldn't
leg.
do the
It's Steph to
135,
throw
but can do the
first.
110.
Game on.
And it's Viinikainen who's making a move here.
100. $44.
It was sort of noteworthy, wasn't it, that Viinikainen, yes, she's lost those first couple of games, but if he was going to make a prediction about which two players was going to be battling it out at the top of the table, you'd say it's most likely to be Gemma Hayter and Lisa Ashton, and they're the two players that Viinikainen's had to play.
140.
And the way that Super Series works, she's now away from them for quite some time. She's going to get to play the other three players in this group, and then tomorrow, when the fixtures are reversed, she won't play them till her game 4 and 5. So there's now 6 fixtures here, with what we'd assume to be the chasing pack, where she can try and get points on the board and emerge as a rival.
100.
Yeah, it'll feel like a real opportunity.
45.
And some players will be well aware of that. I get the sense that you would be if you were in a week at the Super Series, but other players tend not to look at the fixtures, don't they, and just wonder up each time they're called to play. One match at a time.
139. Steph, you require 135.
Essentially, that's all you can play, isn't it? One dart, one leg at a time, but the mind does tend to wander. You do kind of
59.
start painting the picture
Courtesy
yourself.
requires 78.
For Viinikainen, that picture may be about to go in the frame.
Game shot and the match.
Absolutely sublime that from Kirsty Viinikainen. A 3-0 win. Her first win was done in some style. In fact, it is the first 3-0 victory in this group. Viinikainen averaged 86.71. The finishing was fantastic. 3 out of 5, including a 110. And then that 78 to win it. That done in 2 darts. It's 2 points in the pocket. And it leaves Steph Clark winless after 3. Well, now something's got to give, because 2 players have won both of their games. Are going to go head-to-head as Trina Gulliver faces Gemma Hayter.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker take everything! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's destructive. It's Daryl Pilgrim with the record average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head go, 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen. Just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV, where we're going to see a match between two players who've both got 2 wins from 2. And that's why they're both smiling. Gemma Hayter and Trina Gulliver about to go head-to-head. One of them will be defeated for the first time. The other will make it a hat-trick. Will Hayter live up to her favourite status? Or will Gulliver live up to her legend status?
Well, there is a pattern of play emerging, though, across the day here so far on Monday's action.
First leg, it's Trina to throw first. Game on.
And that is that the players are improving round on round. Lisa Ashton took a 76 up to an 88. Trina took a 68 to a 64 to a 68. Vicky a 72 to a 73. Gemma Hayter a 72 to an 87. And Viinikainen's improved round on round.
40.
72 to a 76 to an 86 in the last. So if that's going to be the case here and that pattern and that trend's going to continue,
140.
This one could be match of the day.
Well, it's Gulliver who's imposing
28.
herself. Ton followed by ton 40.
And there'll be these sort of games, won't they, for someone like Trina Gulliver. Remember when we used to hear from Phil Taylor, and every time someone new used to come along, it used to inspire him to go on and try and get that win against them. And there'll be that thing for Trina Gulliver. She'll know Gemma Hayter's the favourite. She'll know that Gemma Hayter's been a bit of a story of the ladies' game in 2024, and she'll want to register a notable victory against her, and
64.
what better place to do it than here at the Live Lounge.
Speaking of Phil Taylor, he will be here at the Live Lounge a week on Saturday. An audience with the Power, the 16-time world champion, for the lucky 100 who've got the tickets and now sold out. And he will be part of our coverage of the Legends League finals night, live on Pluto
97.
TV. Second time he's been here, actually. He was here on the very opening night as well.
87. Trina, you require 40. $30.
Time on the side. Trina Gulliver allowed to make that mistake, allowed to make that miss, but is the mistake maybe coming back for double 5?
140. Trina, you require 10.
I saw her execute this well earlier on. Pitched one really high first time, the second one went in.
Gage
This
on the
time,
first
he
leg.
doesn't bother
Trina
with the
Gulliver.
guide. Straight in. No trouble. 1-0.
Second leg, it's Gemma to throw first. Game on. $135. 59. $140.
I think this is the thing that's impressed me the most for Gemma Hayter today. Because if she'd just come here and blown everyone away, that's impressive to be the best player in the room. But there are times where she's not quite produced, or she's needed to find it, or someone's put something against her.
140.
Like this, look at this scoring power here of Gemma Hayter. 9 darts thrown and left 86. 135 and back-to-back 140s.
99.
After losing
Gemma,
the
you
opening
require
leg.
86.
It didn't need to go.
46.
18-18 ball with Gulliver so far back.
$97.
So
Gemma, you require 40.
to level up.
Game shot on the second leg. Gemma Hayter.
And it is all square in this one. 2 strong holds of throw. 14 darter there for Hayter.
Third leg, it's Trina to throw first. Game on.
And we do, of course, wish the best of luck to all of the players that have appeared here at the Modus Super Series and are now trying their hand at getting that professional tour card, playing at the PDC qualifying scores, which are going ahead, underway in Germany.
135.
And I believe the UK version is not far behind as well.
So it's an exciting time of year, isn't it? Because it does mean as well that the lineups here at the Super Series are due to change in the very near future as well, as we will undoubtedly lose some of our regulars here, but we'll be gaining new players that do drop off the top.
Yep, has already been announced that next week a couple of those will be in action in that Legends League. Vincent van der Voort playing, and Steve Beaton, former world champion after his retirement
45.
from PDC darts. He's going to be part of that Legends League lineup.
No doubt Steve Beaton's going to do some almighty damage, I think, away from the professional circuit. Be one of those players, like we've seen with John Henderson this year, who could really reap the benefits and the rewards of the various systems that are now available.
Trina Gulliver herself, of course, part of that Legends Week as well.
100.
Get her and Phil Taylor in the same room. That'd be 26 world titles between them.
100. Gemma, you require 132.
Looks inviting, but couldn't find the second bullseye.
84. Trina, you require 131.
Great dart, great start.
77. Gemma, you require 48.
Well, that was an interesting play from Gulliver.
38.
She went for a double 17
Trina, you require
for the last
54.
start of the last visit. Well, she won't be going for one now, I assure you of that.
$34. Gemma, you
Had
require
she just
10.
thrown the dart at the 14, she would have been going to the ball with 3 darts at double. Is she made to pay?
Game shot on the third leg. Gemma Hayter.
She is, ironically, on dart 3 as Hayter breaks.
Fourth leg, it's Gemma to throw first. Game on. $85.
There's been a little bit of a pattern, hasn't there, with Trina Gulliver's
24.
games, that the best leg seems to be the first one. Comes straight out of the practice room, flying onto the stage, and then just unable to sustain those
83.
levels.
97. 100.
Well, one of these will win and make it 3 from 3. Lisa Ashton then will look to follow suit. She takes on Vicky Pruim after this.
100.
Then Trina Gulliver will take on Kirsty Viinikainen, who's just put in a great performance.
28.
The day could turn totally here for Gulliver, couldn't it, over the next half an hour or so?
100. 100. 45. Gemma, you require 105.
Chance to get the job done. Make it 3 from 3. Establish yourself not just as the favourite, but the player 53. At the top of the table.
Trina, you require 135.
Which could really start to build up to a game between herself and Lisa Ashton around about 10-1.
Well, that leaves 85. I have to stop and work it out. And now she might not throw any more darts in this match.
69. Gemma, you require 52. Game shot and the match, Gemma Hayter.
Yeah, turned it around after losing that opening leg. Gulliver came racing out of the blocks, but Hayter hit back with a fantastic second leg. And that seemed to just knock Trina Gulliver. Hayter is the one who makes it a hat-trick. 3 wins out of 3 for the favourite to win this second Women's Week here at the Modus Super Series. A 3-1 victory there. Average just shy of 80. 3 out of 9 on the doubles. And Hayter gets it won in the end with that 52 checkout. So she moves on to 6 points. Can Lisa Ashton do the same? We'll find out when she faces Vicky Pruim after the break. Here we go again then at the Modus Super Series, where we have just seen Gemma Hayter make it a hat-trick of victories, and Lisa Ashton will be hoping to do the same. Win so far for the 4-time world champion against Steph Clark and Kirsty Viinikainen, both of them. Well, she was pushed right to the brink, 3-2 in each of those victories. Now she faces Vicky Pruim without a win to her name. Can Ashton match Hayter and go level at the top of the table before they meet in the next round of fixtures?
I think the big thing here is the improvement from Lisa Ashton from game 1 to game 2. She averaged 76.29 in her opening game, but then in match number 2, 88.43.
First leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
At the type of quality that she was putting on display, which was now about 4 years ago when she picked up her PDC Tour card, the only female player who has ever done so. She then went on to have a very, very successful UK Open debut, taking on Aaron Beanie, that one during the COVID days. She was playing on the main stage at the MK Arena, where Q School is going to be taking part today. And actually, Aaron Beanie back in action today. He's going to be taking part in the UK Q School. She averaged over 100. The
140.
First female player to ever average over 100 on the televised stage.
And it just goes back to that point we were making earlier. We will mention those things throughout this week. But they don't get mentioned enough. First female player to average over 100. First female player to get through Q School. Pick up a PDC Tour card.
Well, not just the first, the only.
Still
not yet being matched until this day, although there are a couple of players looking to do that this week.
32. Vicky require 156.
Another would have given her a chance to steal the leg instead.
80.
Lisa Ashton returns 32. For double 16. Just hasn't been quite as sharp on the outer ring as she would have hoped, and she's having to move a long way away.
No score.
Very
Vicky
difficult
requires 76.
to be accurate when you're increasing the distance.
Game shot on the first leg. Vicky
Pocket
Pruim.
picked.
Well, when you talk about increasing the distance, I believe Lisa Ashton is someone
Vicky to
who...
throw first.
Well, she's certainly used to in the past, whether she does now still or not, is a player who never really toes the oche. Always just stands a little bit back from the oche. And the reason for that, I believe, was to do with the distance of which she played in her home leagues, that it was sort of from 8 foot. So when she went to throw from 7-9, she could never really make the adjustment. So ended up just standing a little bit further back from the actual oche.
You see that Vicky Pruim kicks the oche on approach, resting the foot against it.
41.
Lisa Ashton approaches it and pretty much there, isn't she now?
80.
And if you are new to darts, it's your feet that have to be behind the oche. That's the stipulation. You can actually lean forward as much as you like to get closer to the board.
140. Vicky
So what you're saying, if we've got a really tall player, you just lean over and put them in.
Game shot on the second leg.
Well,
Vicky Pruim.
Feels like that's what Vicky Pruim's doing when it comes to these finishers. Adds the 80.
Third leg. It's
the
Lisa
combo
to throw first. Game on.
In the previous leg. And that tells the story.
What that could equate to is kind of the story being told exactly like the front cover was expected to be, which is Gemma Hayter could get a bit of a cushion here. Lisa Ashton hadn't lost a game up till now. Trina Gulliver hadn't lost a game until this lap of fixtures. We know Gemma Hayter's inflicted Trina Gulliver's first defeat on her. That was 3-1 in our last game. If Lisa Ashton is to face a similar fate here, then Gemma Hayter will have a cushion in regards to points, not just legs now at the top of the table.
And plays Ashton in her next game, so an opportunity to extend that or for Ashton to cancel it out. She'll still feel she can turn this around. It is a short format. Yes, she's lost 2 in a race to 3, but it is just hold, break, hold from here for Lisa Ashton. She's done that many a time.
31. Lacey require 156. 100. 80. Lacey require 56.
Double 12. Double 6.
Game shot on the
Gets
third
there in the
leg.
end,
Lisa
so it's
Ashton.
still very much game on. This will be the leg that Vicky Pruim wants to get it done in.
Fourth leg. It's Vicky to throw first. Game on.
But potentially a little bit more evidence to that we was talking of earlier on, when it is when you've got to move around the board, when you're thrown into a condensed
140.
area after having time off. It feels it's just normal and natural to be thrown into the treble 20. It's when you've got to move around the board, and
140.
that's not the first time she struggled to get the single number.
Well, ironically, all the darts that she missed were at double 16, and then she hits it, and then she doesn't want it.
140. 60.
Up against it here, Ashton. Pruim's made a good fist of this so far. Back-to-back ton 40s.
45.
So it's 80 points plus those, but unable to keep them straight means she's unable to get down to a finish.
100.
Now a few less digits between the pair.
100. 80. Vicky requires 76. 60. Lacey require 121. 57. Vicky requires 16.
So, for the win, the first win.
8.
Not found.
Lacey
Will
requires
she live to regret
64.
that?
Game shot on the fourth leg. Lisa Ashton.
How quick this format can turn around, and Lisa Ashton was just talking a moment ago about
Final
how
leg. It's Lisa to throw first.
she could be about to get her first
Game on.
defeat of the day and leave Gemma Hayter clear, and then responds well. Now got the throw to get the match won, and it would be in exactly the same
140.
style of which she's won her first 2 matches by the scoreline of 3-2.
In a strange way, that can be as encouraging as just
45.
sweeping past your opponents, can't it? The ability to win. Those big legs had a helping hand, of course, this time with those 3
140.
mismatched darts from Vicky Pruim.
I think in the context of what she's going to go through this
6.
week and the distance that you have here at the Super Series, I'd say this is probably more impressive to respond and to have that turnaround, because
57.
it also lets you know that you can dig yourself out of a problem should it arise.
85. Lacey require 164. 92.
We're now almost there. Survived a bit of a scare here, Lisa Ashton, but she's turned it around beautifully.
97. Lacey requires 72. Game shot
that
and the match.
It's a nice
Lisa Ashton.
clinical checkout for Lisa Ashton that sees her complete the comeback from 2-0 down to a 3-2 win. And in doing so, maintain maintain her undefeated record and join Gemma Hayter on 6 points at the top of the table. There you see the stats from the game, an average just shy of 86, a 72 checkout, followed a 64, really sharpening up the finishers towards the end of that match, which Pruim led 2-0 and missed 3 match darts, but it's Ashton who picks up the points, leaving Pruim pointless at the bottom. And coming up next, Viinikainen takes on Trina Gulliver.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me?
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Well, darts is back here at the Modus Super Series and 2025 kicking off with Women's Week 2, and it's been a great start to that week for Lisa Ashton and Gemma Hayter. Ashton getting a 3-2 win against Steph Clark in the opening match, and that pattern's continued all throughout the day. Same scoreline against Viinikainen and Vicky Pruim before the break there. Gemma Hayter's done it slightly better, actually. 3-1 wins throughout for her. Viinikainen also getting a victory 3-0 against Steph Clark, and Trina Gulliver winning 2 from 3 herself. That means that the table looks like this. Hayter with 6 points, Ashton with 6, Gulliver 4, Viinikainen 2, Steph Clark on none. Vicky Pruim has none as well. Gemma Hayter, standout player, favourite for the group. What do you think about how she's played so far?
It was expected, wasn't it, that she would be the player at the top of the table. The odds compilers thought so. I think most of our viewers thought that would be the case as well. But not had everything her own way. She's had to dig deep at times here, and I think This next round of fixtures poses a really interesting one for me when she's got to take on Lisa Ashton. And, when we look at the level that Lisa Ashton's shown so far in regards to the ability, in regards to the standards, Gemma Hayter hasn't been statistically the best player here so far. She has been in regards to the results, and that's why she's top of the table on legs difference. But I think there's going to be some big questions asked over the next sort of 45 minutes.
Yeah, well, she's going to play Lisa Ashton in that next game for her. Let's stick with Lisa. What's impressed you the most about what she's done today?
I think it's hard to pinpoint one individual thing to say what's impressive about Lisa Ashton, because there's been a collective of things. The finishing's improved. It started a little bit slow. All the games have been 3-2, which means she's playing well under pressure in those last leg shootouts. The reaction in the last game when she was 2-0 down and managed to turn it around, she was averaging sort of low 70s and ended with about an 85. So she managed to put 10 points on her average over a game when she was losing 2-0 at that point. So there's been so many things collective at the moment that she's just shown that experience, which was what she was hoping to do from the off, and she's got better as the day has gone on. So I think this could be a real tricky assignment for Gemma Hayter now, because Ashton's going to be eyeing up finishing top of the table from here.
Trina Gulliver, she won her first couple of matches before losing to Gemma Hayter. We mentioned earlier on, is this going to be the week where she does get to her finals? Now, have you seen glimpses of a possibility of her doing that so far?
Glimpses, yes, absolutely. There's been plenty of glimpses, but the problem for Trina Gulliver here this week has been the problem that's kind of been there for the last couple of seasons with Trina Gulliver, and that's just that little bit of consistency. She's opening games well, she's coming out with a great opening leg, but then she's not been able to keep the pace going throughout the match, and she's ended up tumbling down in the averages as the game has gone on. So I think maybe for Trina, we're probably looking more towards the back end of the week rather than sort of this Group A campaign, but she'll certainly want to be in that Group B to give herself the best opportunity.
And she's got a tough game next, hasn't she, against Kirsty Viinikainen, who really turned it on in that 3-0 win against Steph Clark.
Yeah, it's been a really good performance from Viinikainen, and I think maybe the fixtures have probably just worked against her a little bit, having the hardest two assignments in the first two games. But now has the opportunity to take on the chasing pack, an opportunity with the players that she'll probably see herself being very similar to, or the players she should be above. And when we look at sort of her journey, again, we saw how much it meant to her last time to get through to a Saturday night. Well, no doubt want to get through to there again, and again, it's another one of those players where you've got to look at and say a Group B campaign would give the best opportunity, because that mathematical advantage and how solid this Group C is this week.
Well, it is all about getting to Saturday night. I know it's a new year, maybe don't have as many pounds in your pocket as you would hope, but just for a £5, you could be here at the Live Lounge watching the Women's Week finals. Yeah, tickets are available for Saturday night, the Women's Week finals, and all Saturday nights here at the Modus Super Series. £5 is all you need to part with to be here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth for any of those Saturday night final showdowns, and it's well worth the money. Had some fantastic atmosphere, some fantastic finals nights
last year. And who knows, you could be someone who's saying I was there, as those who came and saw Luke Littler win his finals nights in 2023 are able to say now, I saw him before you all saw him. Well, back to today's action. And Kirsi Viinikainen, who made it through to finals night of the first women's week last year, might be about to carry on a turnaround in her day, losing her first 2 fixtures, but then a fantastic 3-0 win against Steph Clark. She now takes on Trina Gulliver, who's hoping to halt a potential slide here after losing for the first time.
First leg, it's
in her
Kirsi to throw
previous match.
first. Game on.
Makes you think not just about the past or about today, but also what about the future?
6.
In 2023, you wouldn't have said before a dart was thrown Luke Littler would be one of the faces of the brand, and then in 2024, not many people would have put the likes of Jimmy Van Ski and Tom
84.
Sykes who emerged through, and who's going to emerge through in 2025? The Super Series really is a big part now of the dart player journey to the top.
64.
You'll see Q School littered with people that you are familiar with
55.
now due to your Super Series darts.
And how ready they might be for the big stages in the PDC when they get there, if they get there.
6.
Only in his own mind does Luke Littler know how much of an impact playing here had on his progression.
45.
But there was a time when the first time you were playing a big stage was at a World Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we've got things such as the European Tour as an opportunity, streaming opportunities now.
140.
Chances to play on TV here at the Super Series. Lots of opportunities now for players.
140.
That just makes people a lot more settled in the environment, which, as we're seeing, is producing good levels of consistency across the board.
I guess he's just working out the remainder here, having chipped 75 off.
95. $24. Kirsi, you require 82.
Goes the 14s route. Very Littler-esque thing to do, isn't it?
I think he'd have gone double 13 ball, wouldn't he?
Well, now she is going for the bull.
35.
Not finding it. She'd expect to be back.
Trina, you
Gulliver
require
on a big, big
152.
shot here.
$41.
Hammered
Kirsi,
into
you
the flight with the
require
last dart.
47. Game shot on the
That
first
was the
leg.
real
Kirsi
strength, wasn't
Viinikainen.
it, for Viinikainen in the last game, and 3 from 5
Second leg, it's Trina to throw first.
in the
Game
victory over Steph Clark by 3 legs to 0. Looks like she's going to be continuing the strength on the outer ring.
59.
Oh, she went down to avoid scoring 3 there, but she got the bonus of hitting the treble.
Suppose this just goes to show, doesn't it, how quickly the table can change on the opening day. and
85.
you can feel out of it or in it at various parts. Viinikainen, not long ago, on 0 points, but in regards to the live in-play table, jumps up to 3rd right now and actually goes ahead of Trina Gulliver, who picked up early wins.
Yeah, Gulliver's final game is against Lisa Ashton as well, so could see a total reverse between these two players.
100. 55. 45.
A reminder that very, very soon the Modus Super Series will be exclusive on
100.
Pluto TV. Make sure if you are watching on YouTube that you do download that Pluto TV app on your smart device. Get it on your smart TV. It's the best viewing experience.
100.
But do it right now. And enjoy the action without any mid-match adverts. I know a few of you grumble about that. When you do watch on YouTube, the adverts are between the games on Pluto TV, and you will never pay a penny.
$60.
Viinikainen within range.
140.
One of only two players to take out a Tumblr's checkout today. That was 110 earlier on. It's the same sort of equation, just needs the one treble. Doesn't find it. Trina Gulliver, the other player who's took out 100 checkout already. 107 earlier on. This one significantly more easy, just a single.
Require 46.
To give herself 2 darts at the double.
Game shot on the second leg. Trina Gulliver.
That's exactly what she does.
Third leg, it's Kersey to throw first. Game on.
We've kind of been speaking about how their days could take different turns depending on this match. Do you think this really is a key fixture for both players, even with it being so early in the group?
Yeah, definitely. Because
45.
You don't want to be chasing. You don't want to feel like you're up against it all the time. And Viinikainen's already lost 2 games already. If she was to lose this, the maximum return would be 4 points. And
100.
Gemma Hayter or Lisa Ashton, whoever wins that one, is most likely to be leaving on 10.
$41. $60.
With that game coming up after the next one, Vicky Pruim against Steph Clark, then Hayter Ashton. Final games, Pruim, Viinikainen, Ashton,
83.
Gulliver, and Clark Hayter.
$140.
And Trina may be turning this one around.
$95.
Statistically, the best we've seen so far from Trina Gulliver today here in this one.
45.
Around about that mid-70s mark at the moment. I think the half-time assessment was said was glimpses, wasn't it, of the multiple-time world champion that she is.
Trina, you require 156.
Just if you can find a couple of those shots that just gel things together. Because this could be another big haymaker blow. It is the biggest finish we've seen so far. Trina Gulliver lands a monstrous finish, going through the gears.
Fourth flag, it's Trina to throw first.
Well, you mentioned
that she's
Game
shown
on.
flashes at the seniors recently, and it was a 156 checkout that she actually produced up in Sunderland, becoming something of a signature shot for Trina Gulliver.
81. $100.
Appears to be throwing the darts harder now, doesn't she, Trina
99.
Gulliver? I think that's something we've maybe spotted in the earlier games when she comes up on the stage. Leg number 1 seems to be throwing the darts visibly with a little bit more purpose and aggression.
121.
Maybe that's why she's just sort of lost the pace at times, because needs to have that aggression and that zip in the throw, and you
81.
can just sort of, especially when you're playing well, you can become a little bit expectant. You can start floating the darts rather than actually propelling them.
$60. $80.
We talk about impact in a sport. You know, we've seen the rapid one that Luke Littler's had in darts, but the likes of
100.
Trina Gulliver so
Trina
pivotal,
require 106.
so important for women's darts. If you win that first World Championship, there are only 4 players in it.
60. Gussie require 120.
Well, that's not the one she wanted. So Gulliver, with another ton topper, just can get another win.
68. Trini require 100.
Well, you know what? It looked like a good guide to me to stay on the treble 20. She's gone for tops, I assume.
42.
And she's miles away.
Gussie require 52. $32. Trini require 58.
This could be it. Trina Gulliver 2 from 3 on the outer ring at the moment. We'll get 2 darts here to seal the deal.
38.
The deal not quite
Gussie
sealed, and
require
Viinikainen breathes
20.
again. This would be for a breaker throw as well, so Kersey would have the darts in the decider if she can find double 10 or double 5.
Game
And she
shot
does
of 4 flag. Gussie
force that
Viinikainen.
last leg shootout. Well, we said what an important match this is for both players.
Fifth
What an
and
important
final
leg
leg.
this is
Kersey
for
to
both
throw
players.
first.
Trina Gulliver was so focused on winning it that it took her a while to notice the
Game on.
fist bump offering. You're not a fan of all that, are you? Last leg.
I'm not, to be honest.
Would you have sort of noticed but just ignored in that situation, or do are you too nice?
140.
I'll traditionally have my head down at that situation, but if I spot it, I'll go with it. But
41.
I have been told on a few occasions that I have missed it.
Be true to yourself, Matt. That's what I say.
One of them was actually on a streamed match
83.
against Dave Chisnell. I missed it. I just straight to the hockey, didn't even realise.
$100.
Well, who will be happier when they're shaking hands at the end of the game? Advantage Viinikainen right now.
$100. 66.
Big advantage. Advantage on the scoreboard and advantage what's in her hand as well.
$81. $60. Kirsty require 97.
It's been a nip and tuck kind of game. That leaves 76.
$39.
Well, all Gulliver can now do is try and pile in something big and hope.
Needs a treble with this last start. Viinikainen's going to be guaranteed.
82.
6 darts, not going to be the
Kirsty
case.
require 58.
Trina leaves herself on the 152. She's already took out the 156, so Viinikainen would be fair warned.
Game shot and the match. Kirsty
And she
Viinikainen.
heeds that warning and makes sure she doesn't give Trina a shot. So after losing her first couple of matches, Kirsty Viinikainen has won her next 2. For Trina Gulliver, it's the opposite story. Win 2, lose 2 for her, and they swap places in the league table as a result. Viinikainen into the top 3 with her second win of the day. The standout moment may have been the 156 for Gulliver, but the points go to Viinikainen. Coming next, Pruim faces Clark.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me.
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Oh, Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths.
So this is how things look with 5 games left to play on the opening day of Women's Week. Gemma Hayter and Lisa Ashton, well, they haven't been beaten yet, 6 points apiece, but they are going to play in a couple of games' time. Kirsty Viinikainen, after beating Trina Gulliver, has got the same record, but better off by 1 leg. And Steph Clark and Vicky Pruim, well, both of those players yet to win. But that will change here as that pair go head-to-head. Someone's O has got to go. But whose? We will find out in a race to 3 legs.
I think when you look at the performances of the two so far, Vicky Pruim here would be quite a strong favourite. And she is with the odds compilers. Steph Clark, all the games so far, all been in those sort of 60 brackets, 65, 64, 69, where Vicky has got
First
better
leg, it's
game
Vicky
upon
to throw
game.
first. Game on.
She's yet to pick up a victory here, but gone from a 72 to a 73 to a 78. Getting better
108.
and kicking off this one perfectly.
108.
Wow. They're both on 9s. They're both on 9s.
85.
Neither of them are on 9s. But it was fun while it
54.
lasted. And it does show some tenacity, that, doesn't it? Your opponent hits 180 and you hit back
70.
in kind.
Especially when they're the first 180s that the pair have hit throughout the day as well. Coming into match number 4.
85. 134. 42. Vicky require 32. 24. Steph, you require 139.
What about 139? Not going to happen. So Pruim backed up by that opening maximum.
59.
I'll have 3 clear
Vicky
darts
require 8.
to hold throw in the first leg.
Game shot of the first leg, Vicky Pruim. Second leg, it's Steph to throw first. Game on.
Almost seems to be a bit of a spring in the step here of both players, as if both players sense the opportunity against the other. And
68.
you know, when we do look at the group they're in here, we've got Lisa Ashton and Trina Gulliver, 2 legends of the game, multiple-time world champions. 14 world titles between the pair. And Gemma Hayter, who's regarded as one of the hottest prospects and one of the hottest talents in the world of ladies darts right now. So maybe this is the game that they both sort of eye up as the opportunity, that one and the one with Viinikainen, because they're the ones that don't have those big titles lording over them.
22. 83.
We have not had the fireworks that we enjoyed in the first leg here, but Pruim has still put in a very, very good leg of darts on a finish after 9.
$43. 100. Vicky require 100. Game shot on the second leg, Vicky Pruim.
Well, that 100 checkout moves Vicky Pruim's average up
Third
to the
leg, it's
100
Vicky
mark.
to throw first.
100.20, which means she's averaging 15 darts a leg at the moment. Significantly better than anything we've seen so far from any player so far to date.
40.
Yeah, 16 darter followed by 14 darter.
42.
I suppose that's an interesting point that Matthew Egger alongside me made earlier on. Do you get confidence purely based on who the opponent is? Because you've got two players here who shouldn't have any confidence, having lost all of the matches yet. Both emerged with maximums, and Pruim has carried on at a high level.
81.
Steph Clark has stepped it up in this game from what we've seen so far from her today, but it's just running into, statistically, the performance of anybody so far.
Closing
30.
clashes for this pair. Pruim taking on Kirsty Viinikainen. Clark facing Gemma Hayter.
41.
I think she might be staying with, well, she's down here on the south coast. You two will have that luxury of travelling from home.
140. Vicky require 170.
Down to a finish. We'll get a shot. Now,
78.
the board management's been questioned at times for Steph Clark, but goes the right way on this occasion.
And there's a choice for Pruim to make here as well. 92. Treble 20 or ball.
92.
Well, went for the bull, but didn't get the benefit, having missed both the inner and outer.
29. Steffi require 84.
And now that's the target that Clark wants to find.
59. Vicky requires 63.
Tops.
23. Steffi required 25. Nine. Vicky require 40.
Well, there was a quizzical look, but she found the
Vicky
answer.
Pruim.
Having missed top, she found double 10. Vicky Pruim gets her first victory, and she does it in emphatic fashion. A 3-0 win, a match that she opened with a 180. Her first of the day. It was answered by the maiden Max for Clark as well. But Vicky continued to play at high standard throughout their 100 checkout. After a couple of legs, she was averaging 100. That drops to 80 in the end, but still very respectable, and she is off the mark, whereas Steph Clark is stuck at the bottom of the table without a win to her name. We're going to find out who will lose for the first time today next, as the top two go head-to-head. Don't miss this. Gemma Hayter against Lisa Ashton, coming next. Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel.
from amazing charity influencer events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Jaden Walker taking Britain! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when it told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to Women's Week here at the Modus Super Series, where the top two are about to duke it out to see who will be the top one. Gemma Hayter and Lisa Ashton both have won all of their fixtures so far. All 3 1 wins for Gemma Hayter, all 3 2 wins for Lisa Ashton. And the pair of them go into this penultimate game for them without losing a single game. That will change here. Will Hayter live up to that mantle of being the favourite for this group, or will Lisa Ashton use all of that experience to get a win that would see her sitting pretty at the top? Matthew Edgar, what say you?
Well, this is the game I've been looking forward to throughout the day. It's probably our main event, our headline clash in regards to what we expect to see from the ladies' game in 2025. It'll be the first opportunity for these two to duke it out. A match I think we're going to see many times, not just this week, but across the various
First leg,
tours and
it's Gemma
systems.
to throw first. Game on.
Maybe the advantage of throw could be a big telling factor here, and if that is the case, Gemma Hayter would be the expected winner, but Lisa Ashton has really been stepping it up the last couple of games and has been playing at levels that we've not seen yet from Gemma Hayter today.
140.
We know Gemma can mix it up at that level, but not demonstrated on Monday the 6th of January.
85. $83.
Well, I do think that we've seen from pretty much all of the players these little flashes that promise the
97.
potential of some really good days, some really good sessions this week. Once everyone's settled tomorrow, maybe it'll just increase a little bit. I think once we whittle down to the final 6 come Saturday, we could be in for a real treat.
41. Lacey require 138. $98. Gemma, you require 138.
And this is why we're excited by this
Lacey
clash.
require 40.
15 darts for Hayter to leave a double. Ashton leaves one after 12.
No score.
I think she got a little bit unlucky with the way that
You
second
require
dart just
40.
dipped, blocking part of that bed.
Game shot on the
And
first
Gemma
leg.
Hayter
Gemma Hayter.
takes full advantage. She was playing catch-up in that leg, despite it being her throw. But she wins it
Second leg,
and
it's
leads
Lisa
1-0.
to throw first. Game on.
I think the dart will probably confuse Lisa Ashton the most is the one that actually hit the first dart, went underneath it, but still didn't manage to find its way into the bed. Just sort of changed the angle of entry very slightly on the dart, which meant it just went above the wire rather than inside.
44.
Yeah, and then made the third one more difficult.
$81.
Ultra competitor. Lisa Ashton has won so many titles. We talk
44.
about the 4 World Championships, but she was dominant, wasn't she, for a good while?
I was getting a bit worried there. I thought you was going to try reeling them off, and I thought we haven't got time.
That's only first to 3.
$100.
Potential, of course, for a rematch with Sophie McKinley, a late addition to this Women's
85.
Week. She's going to be in action in Group C. I would expect that rematch not to happen until Saturday night. You would think Ashton would be
47.
Group B at worst. But you never know. That's why we play the matches.
100.
It's the thing, isn't it? You can sort of
95.
say what we expect and look
DC
at previous
require
form, but
130.
it's not a game of top trumps, it's a game of darts.
Well, it's top
Games
tungsten
on the second leg.
from Lisa Ashton, who takes out a fantastic 130 to tie up this top of the table tussle at one apiece.
First. Game on.
And it's getting better.
108.
Well, I was going to say one of the big key strengths for Lisa Ashton so far is the way she's responded
96.
and reacted to a bit of adversity that may come the way. But what we're seeing here from Gemma Hayter is, well,
140.
even more of the same and maybe even a little bit stronger.
180 backed up by 140.
60.
Not giving Ashton a look in on a throw here.
$59. $137. Gemma, you require 122. $56.
I was looking at the ball there, 82 remaining, 1 dart in hand, 66 left. Ashton could yet come knocking here.
134. Gemma, you require 66.
Tops it is. Oh, wrong side of the wire. And Lisa Ashton here
DC requires
could
74.
snatch this leg away.
$54. Gemma, you require 30. Game shot on the third leg. Gemma Hayter.
Well, there's one thing for sure. If Lisa Ashton is going to win this game, she
Fourth
can only do
leg,
it by
it's
the same
Lisa to throw
scoreline of which
first.
she's done so far, and
Game
that
on.
is 3 legs to 2.
We'll just have the higher average of the pair in the match.
60.
High standard being produced. It was a 16 dart leg, that. A 16 dart holder throw for Gemma Hayter. Very, very good leg of darts, but it's
100.
another leg where she's kind of had to hang on. And that's the level that both are producing.
81.
Everything we expected it to be, this clash, and I'm sure we're going to get it for at least another 2 more days.
140.
This is the chance now for Gemma Hayter to not just be the favourite to win this group, but to actually be top of the
45.
table on points.
Yeah, it will be interesting, I think, to talk to Gemma throughout this
44.
week and see how she's bearing that potential burden. Or is it a badge of honour to be the
40.
favourite? You said earlier most darts players prefer under the radar, underdog status.
40.
And it must be a little bit, you know, there are 14 world titles in this group. You've got none of them, yet you're the favourite.
51.
Suppose that's just
85.
the welcome to the modern day darts world, isn't it? That reputation nowadays counts for nothing. Certainly in the eyes of the
Jimmy, you
competition.
require 92. $52. Lisa, you require 124.
Oh, that would have been
99.
an absolutely
Jimmy, you
sublime
require
steal there.
40.
But now Hayter can hit tops and move clear at the top.
Game shot and the
And that's
match.
exactly what she
Gemma
does.
Hayter.
Gemma Hayter wins this crucial contest at the top of the table. A fantastic game it was as well. 3-1 over the four-time champion of the world, Lisa Ashton. Some brilliant stuff in there, including a fine 130 finish from Ashton, but it's 3 out of 5 on the doubles that sees Gemma Hayter make it 4 wins out of 4. One left to play for her. That'll come right at the end of the day against Steph Clark. Lisa Ashton will take on Trina Gulliver in a couple of games' times. But kicking off the final round of fixtures is Vicky Pruim against Kirsi Viinikainen.
The ball
What a finish. What a start to the match for Trina Gulliver.
And finds it. There you go.
What's going on here? It's all. 108! And he knows it. Yeah, next week the legends descend on the live lounge. Kevin Painter, Richie Howson, Champion of Champions winner, of course, in the seniors. Steve Beaton, former world champion. Robert Thornton, multiple major winner, and former world champions Neil Duff and Richie Bennett in Group A. Chris Mason looking for a second win on the Super Series stage in Group B with Daryl Fitton and Vincent van der Voort. And Trina Gulliver's back with Wes Newton and three-time world champion Martin Adams. They're all getting underway on Monday with the Legends League final on Saturday the 18th of January. But back to this week, it is Women's Week here at the Live Lounge, and well, it's been a very, very good day so far for Gemma Hayter. That 3-1 victory before the break against Lisa Ashton means it's her, not Ashton, who has won all of her matches. And that sees her clear at the top of the table. 8 points for Hayter, 6 for Ashton. Kirsty Viinikainen and Trina Gulliver both have 4 apiece. Vicky Pruim beat Steph Clark, who remains at the foot without a win to her name. And her last match is against Gemma Hayter. The last match, though, for this pair, Vicky Pruim and Kirsty Viinikainen, is against each other. And in their previous games, both have shown reasons to be confident.
Yeah, certainly Vicky Pruim in that last game was actually breaking the 100 average at one point. Did sort of tail off a little bit towards the end, a couple of missed opportunities to see that one over the line. But this one, as you mentioned, Viinikainen, back-to-back victories as well. Both probably looking at the league table now, thinking this is the time to start making a move, certainly if you're going to get in that Group B place. So
First leg, it's
top half of the table required.
Game on.
Tough one to call this. Very 50-50 and
66.
pretty much the way the odds compilers see this one as well.
Well, it's a bit of a contrast in styles, isn't it?
60.
Got the methodical throw of Kirsty Viinikainen, really an aimer. Won't release the dart until
6.
she's ready, whereas Pruim is more about rhythm.
$100. $100.
Interesting week, isn't it, coming next week with the Legends League? And
100.
I think one name that a lot of people are going to be interested in is Chris Mason, someone who works here on a regular basis at the Super Series in a commentary capacity, but I have on good authority that he's actually been putting some hours in and getting some practice in. He's got more than just this coming up in the near future as well, and could be prim and ready for that.
Yeah, certainly, and also using that to get ready
95.
for the Seniors World Championship. And he's putting some good performances on the Seniors circuit without getting the rewards, hasn't he?
60. Kirsty require 146.
Well, she stayed there. She doesn't know what she's got left after staying there. But Jack Garwood, the referee, would have told her it's double 13. And she was close to clipping it.
Vicky require 132.
No finish opportunity now for Vicky, which means
37. Kirsty
Viinikainen,
require
a
26.
handful of darts now to get that breaker throw.
Game shot on the first leg. Viinikainen.
Just needed the one. Could have got sticky there, having left an odd-numbered double, but no
Second
trouble.
leg. It's Kersey to throw first. Game on. $140.
And a good start to back it up on throw. 142 treble turn. She'll be very happy if he does go on to win this match. The way her day started with 2 defeats.
$100.
I think, I'm going to have to properly research this. I mean, I should have done this before, shouldn't I? But I think she might have been the first player to beat Bo Greaves on this stage, Kersey Viinikainen. She didn't get beaten at all when she played her first week here, which was in a normal Super Series week.
140.
I remember Kersey Viinikainen beating her in Group A, and I think she was the first.
With darts like this, you wouldn't be surprised.
140.
And that's something they both had in common last year. Vicky managed to beat her in a WDF ranked event in a final, the Isle of Man. So this is the beaten Bo Greaves derby, which there won't be many of those.
$57. Vicky require 161.
They just had it confirmed by our producer, always on the ball,
58. Kersey require 64.
that it was indeed Viinikainen who ended a 12-game winning streak for Bo Greaves. Top she wants here to continue her own winning streak.
24. Vicky require 103.
We're still yet to have the perfect Group A campaign, aren't we?
Yeah, when Bo Greaves went a week unbeaten, she came in Group
67.
B. Nobody's done it
Kersey
in Group A yet in this
40.
venue. Difficult, isn't it, to stay on it for 15 consecutive matches?
$20.
You came close, didn't you? But
36.
you won your last one.
Game shot on the second leg. Vicky
1-1.
Pruim.
Moving swiftly on.
I was on a 9-darter that week as well.
Third leg. It's Vicky to throw first. Game on.
Go on, how did it pan out?
Big 20 first dart.
$60.
To be fair, you've had relative success here. Where's Glenn Durrant when you need him?
$60.
Well, you mentioned it as well, Chris Mason next week. Still the only commentator to have won a week here. He could do it again before anyone else has done it. And there were some decent
59.
players, present company included. Scott Mitchell, I think many thought might have gone on to win one.
Yeah, I was waiting for the phone call for that last week, but I must have had a bad signal throughout the Christmas period. Missing out on Legends Week.
41.
Yeah, Royal Mail, terrible this time of year. Oh, I've just been reminded there could be an argument.
80.
Devon Peterson has now added his name to that Roll of Honour, but of course, ADC Global Champion. So I can caveat that with Modus Super Series. He almost won one of those as well, didn't he? Beaten in a final by Paul Hogan. Playing really well, Devon Peterson.
40.
If he takes that form to Q School, I think we might only see him in the commentary box here next year or this year.
100. $60. 100.
Oh, the slip there into the 5 for Viinikainen means that Vicky is guaranteed
85.
6 starts from this point.
Vicky require 102.
To take the lead and put herself a leg away from victory.
$82.
Well, she will return 3 clear at double 10. Viinikainen can't do a thing.
$85. Vicky required 20. Game shot on the third leg. Vicky Pruim.
Straight in. Turned it around well here.
Fourth
2-1
leg. It's
advantage.
Kirsty to throw
After a
first.
3-0 win in a previous game. It's starting to look like there could be a real battle for that Group B place. If we're going to assume
60.
that the bookies are right and Hayter and Ashton occupy the top 2 positions in this group, it could really be a real scrap between Viinikainen and Gulliver and Pruim
140.
to get 3rd place and go into that 5-player group on Thursday and Friday evening. And, well, whether you have been with us in the past
100.
or you are new, just a reminder of the times. They are staying the same for the live darts action this year. So 9:30 a.m. This is all UK time, of course.
60.
For Group A's, Monday to Wednesday. 1 p.m. for Group C's, Thursday and Friday. 10 p.m. for Group B's, Thursday and Friday nights. And then Saturday finals nights getting underway at 7:30 p.m.
43. 45.
Just taking a little bit of a sting out of the game here, Viinikainen. Certainly likes to play it, as you mentioned, a little bit more methodical
42.
than Vicky does. And maybe just becoming aware of that. Maybe just trying to break the rhythm a little bit of Vicky.
95. 100. Vicky require 161.
A couple of big finishers on offer. This one's not going to go. We've already seen the 156 today. That came from Trina Gulliver.
85. Kirsty require 156.
Won't be repeated here, so Pruim has the opportunity now to get this game won.
55. Vicky requires 76.
Great start. Great
Game
finish.
shot and the match. Vicky Pruim.
And it's a 3-1 victory for Vicky Pruim at the end of the day, meaning that she will finish level on points with Kirsty Viinikainen and possibly with Trina Gulliver as well, who plays Lisa Ashton in the next match. But she actually currently sits in 3rd place and could stay there depending on the last 2 results. A good win, a good turnaround for Vicky Pruim today. The 3 out of 4 on the doubles did the damage to Viinikainen in that one. Coming next, Lisa Ashton out for the final time. She takes on Trina Gulliver.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me.
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul. I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player. He's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Two games to go then on the opening day of Modus Super Series live action in 2025. And it's been a very good day for Lisa Ashton, who's playing a very good friend in Trina Gulliver. It could have been a better day for Ashton. She was beaten by Gemma Hayter in a penultimate match when she was looking to be the one and beaten going into the final games. That will be Hayter when she takes on Steph Clark. Without a win yet, Steph Clark, not the opponent she wants to be facing to try and change that. But it's Ashton against Gulliver here too. As I say, good friends. Gulliver actually godmother to one of Lisa's daughters. That's how close they are. And they are highly decorated in the women's game. 14 World Championships between them. But who will win this straight race
Lisa to
to 3 legs?
Game on.
On the evidence of what we've seen so far today, you'd go with Lisa Ashton, but when you do play against a friend, when you play against someone you're quite comfortable with, then sometimes you do produce something a little bit more.
140.
I've got some experience of this that I can share with you as well in regards to this exact format. We was playing
55
in Southampton, and a good friend of mine, someone I was actually sharing a room with at the time, Aaron Beanie, I ended up playing him, and on the first day, I hit my highest average I'd ever hit in the live league. And the second day in the reverse fixture, I beat it and bit my new highest average I've ever had in the live league.
100.
It can go different ways. We've got father and son, of course, that played in that live league as well. James Richards hitting a 9-darter against his son, Josh.
85.
And also seen Mervyn King in tears on the stage at Ali Pali after beating Steve West. Said it was just too difficult to play a good friend.
120.
Someone we may see here, depending on the results that we get at Q-School this week. We know Mervyn King's not got a continuation of his card, but he's got a chance to defend it at Q-School this week.
Yeah, we'll have to open a little bit earlier if Mervyn King.
Trini
He
require
does like his
150.
full quota of practice.
$100. Lacey require 56.
That should be usable.
16.
Reminds us all of
Trini
the darts she
require
threw in a
50.
previous match. Didn't look like you could get underneath that without it going in, but she managed it somehow. Well, she was intending for a 10 now. Does she? Yeah, she's changed a double of choice.
34. Lacey require 40.
And Lisa Ashton
Games
finds
on
double
the first
10.
leg, Lisa Ashton. Second leg, it's Trina to throw first. Game on. $100. 60. 85. 121.
I think that's one of the things that's always really impressed me with Lisa Ashton. When you look at the shape of the barrels, they are quite thick in that sort of
30.
bomb shape, and she can really tightly pack them in. Traditionally, when you've got that sort of shape of barrel, people tend to tinker with the point length to
100.
stop what happened with Dart 3 there, that sort of deflection, keeping it away from the target, but doesn't tend to cause too many problems for Lisa Ashton in regards to the grouping.
39.
It's just faded away a bit this day for
6.
Trina Gulliver. She was on 4 points about 10:30 this morning. She might still be on 4 points at 1:30 this afternoon.
81. Lacey require 160.
The 156 by Trina Gulliver
100.
continues to be the biggest finish of the day. Lisa Ashton unable to convert the 160, but all she'll be bothered about is converting this breaker throw.
100. Lacey requires 60. Game shot on the second
corner.
leg, Lisa Ashton. Third leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on. $100.
We mentioned about that injury at the start of the day, and she said it's getting there. One thing that we did see over the course of the long days when she played here before, by game 5, she was starting legs on
99.
treble 19. She felt it was less taxing to go down there, but she's carried on. And that's probably a good sign
96.
that she's comfortable with a throw. Or comfortable as she throws.
$137.
That's all you want, because when you don't feel comfortable up there, that's when the doubt sets in, and even the simplest of tasks start to become hard, or certainly start to
58.
feel hard.
I mentioned the daughters, of course, all very good
40.
dart players in their own right as well. Danielle was an excellent youth player.
139.
Lindsay had a real resurgence in recent years. In fact, actually ended up playing a mum on the PDC Women's Series on a couple of occasions.
66. Lacey require 108.
No finish there for Trina Gulliver on the 159, leaves Lisa Ashton time. Time she's going to need to use.
Should also mention, of course, Danielle's fiancé Reese
38.
Griffin, who plays on the PDC Pro Tour and got himself a win at Ali Pali.
$26. Lisi requires 70.
Well, this could be it. 6 scored, so 14 ball if she thinks that Gulliver could get this. Gives her the respect.
45. Trina, you require 133.
But 2 trebles required for a dart at the double. It's not going to go. Lisa Ashton, who is stumbling to the finishing line, should have an opportunity here to get over it.
93. Lisi required 25. Game shot and the match.
She is over
Lisa
that winning
Ashton.
line emphatically as well. A 3-0 win against the Golden Girl. But it's Lisa Ashton who delivers the goods in this one and leaves Trina Gulliver pretty much where she started. 2 wins at the start of the day, but then 3 defeats for Trina Gulliver, meaning she is 5th in the table. Lisa Ashton is 2nd and could be either level on points with Gemma Hayter or 2 behind. Hayter takes on Steph Clark, who's yet to win a game. That is coming up after the break.
So just one game left to go. Gemma Hayter's going to take on Steph Clark. One's won all the games, the other one hasn't won yet. Lisa Ashton, though, has won 4 out of 5 and sits in second place after her first day's play back here at the Modus Super Series on Women's Week. I'm delighted to say that Lisa is alongside me now. Lisa, how would you assess the date?
I'm happy with the day, how I've played today. I haven't done anything over Christmas and New Year. I've took a bit of time out. So the way I've played today, I'm really happy with it.
Last game you just played there against Trina Gulliver. I know you're really good friends, but you managed to cancel that out and beat her 3-0.
Yeah, when we play in the hockey, we're not friends. It's just another opponent. And when we come off, we're still good friends and that. So, yeah, I'm happy just to keep going as the way I am.
Yeah, that's you beating her there. But, I mean, Trina's in good shape as well herself. We saw a brilliant 1-5-6 from her earlier on. She's always going to be a tough opponent, isn't she? A 10-time world champion.
Yeah.
14 on that stage between you.
Definitely, yeah. You cannot write Trina off. Her levels are getting higher. She's getting back to how she used to play. But, yeah, you can never write her off. She can do some damage.
For you, what's been the most pleasing aspect of your game today?
I'm happy. Yeah, I've played well. My scoring's there. I've missed 1 or 2 doubles. I'm happy. I'm pushing the players. So I'm happy to just keep going now and go forward in my progress. So my game's been up and down, but today I'm happy I've been more consistent.
Yeah, it looks solid. Brilliant 130 checkout we saw in there as well. We'll take a look at that now. The way that you play, when the first starts in, you're always confident you can follow it, can't you?
Yeah, I knew. Yeah, as soon as the first one went in, I knew the 130 was going to go. It was either there or bull. But yeah, I was confident in that. Yeah, so I'm happy. Hopefully, I can get more doubles against Gemma. But yeah, I'm happy the way I'm playing.
Well, look, you've done this before. Speaking of confidence, you're going to be in a good position. There's still 2 more days to play, 2 more games against Gemma as well. You must be feeling confident that you can go on and win this group.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, there's 2 more days to go. So hopefully I can keep going, be more consistent and the doubles go in. But yeah, as long as I can push these ladies and keep going, hopefully confidence keeps going and get there.
Just while we've got you today, we spoke earlier about, last year and having a bit of a rest, just getting the injury right and stuff like that. What are your plans for 2025 darts-wise? How much are you going to play? I'm going to play a lot more. I'm going to try to do some of the WDF, more seniors, more ADC, and more Modus. So hopefully, yeah, I'm going to start from scratch, which I've told everybody, my family and everybody's backed me. So hopefully I'll be around a bit more than what I was last year. Perfect. Well done today. Good luck tomorrow. She'll be chatting to you again before the week is out. But there is one more game to play. Gemma Hayter looking for an unbeaten day. Steph Clark looking for her first win. And I'm going to join Matthew Edgar to talk you through the action.
Well, if this is Lisa Ashton starting from scratch all over again, it's a great position to start. We're going to finish 4 wins from 5, 8 points on the table, and with some very good performances. So it could be a very interesting year following the Lancashire Rose throughout. And confirming there some plans to participate in WDF events in a pursuit to get back to Lakeside. But it's back to the Super Series now, our final game of the day, game number 15, and Gemma Hayter, the player currently sat top at the table.
First leg, it's Steph to throw first. Game on.
Taking on Steph Clark, who is bottom of the table. One has got a perfect record, and one is looking for a first victory of the day, but we see this story so many times, and it doesn't always go the way you'd expect it to.
43.
Well, Man United managed to get a draw with Liverpool yesterday.
$94.
We'll do that tomorrow. We did
95.
PDC dart player comparisons. Tomorrow we can do football team comparisons for the 6 in Group A. Get your thinking cap on.
43.
Well, we might have to
60.
Revise some of those. Certainly if Gemma Hayter goes through with a perfect day today, 5 from 5.
43.
Responding well to being the favourite. It is a different vibe, a different feel.
84.
The weight of expectation you almost put on yourself because you feel it's a chance, you feel it's an opportunity. She'll be aware that this event is taking part during Q School and Fallon Sherrick and Bo Greaves are absent from the tournament and they're up in Milton Keynes trying to get their tour cards. She'll know that this is possibly the best opportunity to pick up a weekly title here.
119.
Especially considering the defending champion of a Women's Week here, also not in the field.
43. Steffi requires 69.
Well, we spoke about that bottom against top thing. But she can't find the bottom of the board to take the lead against top of the table.
60.
She looks so confused by missing by that margin. Gemma Hayter, the standard she expects of herself is much better than that.
Just moving over to try and find the angle. You see the aggressive angle there of the dart just block the target.
I
think these two are decent pals as well. Maybe sometimes can just take a little bit of intensity. Needs to follow the Lisa Ashton method. She just spoke about as soon as it's game on, forget all that.
Game shot on the first leg, Gemma Hayter.
Well, she's won the leg, but you wouldn't know. If you was just watching this clip right now and you was doing the old spot the ball analysis where you said, what is going on here? You wouldn't say Gemma Hayter's just won a leg.
$59.
Don't forget to stay with us here on the Modus Super Series channel on Pluto TV. Plenty of darts content coming your way. Myself and Matthew Edgar will reflect on all today's live action. And we'll hear from Gemma Hayter as well. And then later on the channel today, the best of Fallon Sherrick. Luke Humphreys' visit to the live lounge. You can also hear from a couple of refereeing icons in Russ Bray and George Noble.
60.
And then back tomorrow live from 9:30 for the second session of this group.
22.
If you're not yet watching on Pluto TV, all you've got to do, download the app to your smart TV or device and stream for free.
60. $41. Gemma, you require 122. $79.
Wayward with the last, and just felt that elbow. That's the trouble she had when she was here for a week last time. May get an update on that.
101. Gemma, you require
just
43.
in the background there, just signalising as if she feels she's spinning at the release.
70.
Oh, she wasn't intending to leave 26 there either.
You can do that when you get to that release point rather than extending 26. And throwing through. You just sort of flick to the left, the fingers coming across.
18.
You can almost see it in the kick of the dart as well.
It's presented an unexpected opportunity for Steph Clark here. Treble 19 would have left the bullseye. Hayter instead will return for the same
58.
Target she hit
Gemma, you
2 in the first leg.
8.
Can't find it. Inaudible 2. But she can now.
Game shot on the second leg.
2-0.
Gemma Hayter.
Oh, it's been the worst couple of legs she's played all day, but she's won them both.
Third leg. It's Steph to throw first. Game on. 140. 60. 46. 55.
Not quite the levels we've seen from Gemma Hayter across the last 12 months and across her 4 fixtures so far today. But it's enough at the moment.
140.
These little flashes, these little moments, just enough to separate the pair.
Yeah, she's just had this, she's sort of working it out as she goes in this match.
45.
Sort of a little expression of confusion all throughout the game. What's that? I think was the
85.
words mouthed. Corrected it well enough.
140. Gemma, you require 161.
And again, a good dart followed by one that was way off the intended target of treble 17. Can Steph Clark get a leg against a table topper?
No score.
Not like that.
Gemma, you require 78.
No master out in this game.
Treble trouble for Steph Clark. And
38.
double trouble
Steph, you require
for Gemma Hayter.
70.
But hitting that treble and busting the score means she's back to the start at 70. And still can't get a go at the double.
30.
Tried to avoid it,
Gemma, you
didn't she? She
require
tried to avoid
40.
the same problem of slipping into that treble 20.
Game shot and the
And
match.
Hayter
Gemma
gets it done. A 3-0 win for Gemma Hayter, meaning she is top of the table, 10 points, 5 wins from as many matches, and that also condemns Steph Clark to a winless debut at the Modus Super Series. Well, myself and Matthew Edgar will reflect on all of the action, and we will hear from the unbeaten star of the day, Gemma Hayter, at the other side of this. Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Week starring Luke Littler. Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2-1 turns the game in his favour. Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head go, 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now. So that brings the first day of Women's Week 2 to an end, and it's a very, very good day for Gemma Hayter, winning all of her matches, signing off with a 3-0 victory over Steph Clark, beating Lisa Ashton before that when the pair of them were unbeaten at that point. Steph Clark goes home on day one without a victory to her name, and that means that she is at the foot of the table. Gemma Hayter at the top of it with 10 points, of course, after a perfect day. Lisa Ashton hot on her heels with 8, and then Vicky Pruim, Viinikainen and Trina Gulliver all having 4 points each. And I'm delighted to say that Gemma has joined myself and Matthew in the studio. Gemma, congratulations. Fantastic day. Perfect day. How do you feel about it?
Obviously, I'm delighted to get 5 out of 5. That's a big plus. I feel like I've not really tapped into what I can do, which I'm maybe a bit disappointed with. But when you're winning, you can't really complain, can you?
In that last match there, you seem to have a sort of an expression on your face of sort of confusion a lot of the time, that the darts weren't behaving themselves, were they, a few of them?
I find it really, like, me and Steph get on really, really well. Ever since I've come back on the tour, like, Steph's just kind of been my person. And I find it really hard playing friends, and it showed when I was in the Globals playing Adam. So I need to get that kind of cutting edge about me.
Yeah, we had that chat, didn't we, Matt, ourselves in comms. The last 2 games, Trina Gulliver and Lisa Ashton, good friends as well. How do you deal with that? Or have you not got any friends?
That's the easiest way to deal with it, isn't it? But I don't really struggle with it personally. I'm someone who finds that quite easy. I get that it's sort of a 50-50 split. Some people find it easy, some people struggle. Like you alluded to Mervyn King in commentary there, who left the stage in tears after beating a friend, where I almost find it funny. And, you know, I suppose it depends how you are with those as well. Like certain groups of friends like interact differently, don't they? And I suppose it's which friends you play. And, you know, some of them you have a bit more, should we say, banter with, and others it's a little bit more of a serious sort of friendship. So it's one of those where I don't think there's one size fits all in any of those situations, but it's got to happen. It's going to happen. And, you know, with the tours and the systems that are out there, a lot of the time your competition are your friends. They're the people you're rooming with. They're the people you're sharing flights and taxis and accommodations with. So it's something that you've just got to get used to within the sport.
Well, from friends to rivals, it looks like a battle between yourself and Lisa Ashton at the top of the table. That's how the bookies saw it. You went into that game having both won all your matches. Did you see that as a really key match today?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I was winning. Obviously, Lisa was winning. So, yeah, that was definitely... And I think I kind of pinpointed that from the start, is that I needed to have any chance of winning Group A, I needed to beat Lisa. And luckily, she missed some doubles and I managed to pin him.
Yeah, I mean, she did come up for an interview herself and said, I need to hit those doubles against Gemma tomorrow. So obviously she's seen it as a similar way as well. But every player today has shown in flashes what they can do. There are no easy matches out there, are there?
No, definitely not. And I think the encouraging thing is you can probably pick a completely different 12 women that can do another week. Like that's kind of where the women's game is now. You've got that strength in depth now, and it's really positive.
Tell us what it's like coming into this as a favourite. Does it change how it is? You know, it's not just a favourite to win this group or a match. We're now talking a favourite to go on and win the week.
It's strange for me because I was saying in the back room, I feel like I've not really earned like my flowers, kind of. Like I've just kind of burst on the scene. Everyone's like, oh, Gemma's good. And then it's kind of built up to this thing. And yeah, it's strange. I think I'm dealing with it okay, but it's definitely strange. I mean, when you see a 10 times world champion, 3 or 4 time world champion, what Lisa is, and I'm above them, yeah, it's a bit surreal sometimes.
Answered like a dart player there. Loses 4 legs in the entire day, cruises through the group, admits maybe not playing her best darts, and then wonders why she's favourite. That's dart player mentality for you.
Is there a bit of that? Do you want to be favourite? Do you feel that you are favourite when you walk in, or would you rather have that sort of underdog mentality in those matches against the likes of Lisa?
I don't know. That's a really good question. I think it doesn't bother me whether I'm favourite or whether I'm not. I prefer it if I wasn't, because then people are kind of more surprised. But I think I'm kind of slowly losing that surprise factor now the more I play. So.
And part of the reason for that, of course, will be what you've done here before, of course, reaching the finals night in a normal week. You played in the WADC event that was held here and won that, and a fantastic performance to win that against Fallon Sherrick as well. Just give us your reflections on the last sort of 12 months, because you mentioned you've kind of only just come back to it. Has it been a bit of a whirlwind?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, my first one, I went to the Women's Series. I found myself in the semi-final, 4-0 up against Bowgreaves. And I was like, what is going on here? Because there's not many people that go 4-0 up against Bowgreaves. And she came back and beat me 5-4. I think I had one dart at the ball when I hit the 25. And then it's just kind of been, a whirlwind since then, really.
And that was a 4-0 win against Fallon Sherrick. You then lifted that trophy. I think, did you injure your elbow doing that trophy lift there?
Yeah, it was really heavy. I thought I'd give it the big one, and then I was like, oh, this isn't going to go all the way to the top. It was really heavy.
So just picking up there on what Merv said, you took a bit of time away from the game. You said about your first one back, your first Women's Series. What was it that made you go, actually, I want to go back to playing darts? Was it the opportunities and the pathways that are here now, or was it just your personal circumstances sort of allowed you to get back into the sport?
It was a bit of both, really. I was really content in my home life. I wanted to get a mortgage, and obviously everyone knows that's a struggle. So I took time out to do that. I've had the house like 5, nearly 6 years now with my partner. The Luke Littler effect, but also I played youth darts with Luke Humphreys. And if you see somebody winning the Worlds that you played youth darts with, that's got to spark something inside you.
Well, while we've got you mentioned it, Luke Littler effect. Obviously, most darts players are also darts fans. What a moment last week for Littler at 17 to win the World Championship.
It's crazy, isn't it? When he's in the zone, he just cannot miss. It's crazy. I honestly don't think I've ever seen anybody like that. When he gets in that zone, he's really scary.
And it just gives inspiration, doesn't it? Obviously to young players, but for players that are playing here, myself and Matt talked about at the top of the show today, he came here, won his week twice, won the series twice, so there must be a lot of people that think this is going to be a good breeding ground to go and do fantastic things in the game.
Yeah, well, it is on all levels. I mean, like I said about Adam, obviously Adam Lipscomb, very good friend of mine, played youth with him as well, and it's done wonders for his game. And he feels like he belongs here, which he does. He's an incredible player, and he's just found his feet here, and he just keeps progressing.
Look, we're really glad to have you here. You didn't fancy Q School?
No, like I said, I've got this kind of strange mentality where I think it's too much too soon, and I'm a firm believer in you need to walk before you can learn to run. So I'm still finding my feet, still learning the ropes, etc. So
that means it's not out of the question in future?
Maybe, we'll see. We'll see. Obviously, the top 8 women get free entry to Q School in the Women's Series, so that's a massive incentive. And I think if I'm there, yeah, it would definitely be a possibility.
Talking about targets for this year, of course, 8 players will go to the Women's World Match Play as well. That must be a big one for you.
Yeah, it'll be incredible if I make it there. I think I'm 6th at the minute, so it's looking good so far. But then you've got people that are outside the top 8 that are normally there, so I think it'll be a really tight race this year.
Matt, just give us your reflections on what you've seen from Gemma today and what you've heard from her now. I know she's sitting next to you. Be nice. But yeah, it all sounds very sensible, doesn't it?
It does. It's very thought out. It's very planned. It's exactly what you'd expect. And I'm going to say exactly what I've said throughout the day. I don't think we've seen the best yet from Gemma Hayter here this week. I think there's plenty more in there. And I can't pinpoint one game at the moment where I say that's kind of that's the performance I expect from Gemma. As Gemma said herself, there's plenty more in the locker, which is worrying signs for the rest of the players, considering she's just 4 legs and won all the games so far without really bringing that A game.
Just finally, I remember last time you were here for a full week in the ADC Global Championship. By the end of it, you were saying, I've never played so much darts in my life. It was a bit taxing physically. Has that given you an extra motivation to get it done in Group A and get those 2 days off?
Yes, that's the plan. That's what I came in. I thought I can't play another 5 days again. What I did to my shoulder last time, it was yeah, not good. So yeah, that's definitely the plan: is win Group A, have 2 days off, and watch everybody else slug it out.
Well, thanks for talking to us. We'll see if you can do that over the next couple of days. Fantastic day for Gemma Hayter on Monday at the second Women's Week held here at the Super Series. Myself and Matt will be back with more darts chat after the break.
Spectacular from Gemma Hayter. Gemma Hayter has full control of this contest. What a start, what a finish from Gemma Hayter.
Confirmation then of Gemma Hayter's perfect day on day one of Women's Week. 10 points for her. Lisa Ashton tapping her on the shoulder. 8 points from a possible 10 for her. 4 points apiece for Pruim, Viinikainen and Gulliver. But Steph Clark left at the foot of the table on debut with no wins. Hayter beating her 3-0 in the last match. Gemma's left us. Just a quick word on her performances today. She was in agreement with you that she's not really played her best, but that's a good habit, isn't it? Winning when not playing too well.
That's what we talk about all the time here when we see people come and they play their A game and they put in that big performance and then they go lose the next game. and we say, like, you've got to have that B game, certainly to be successful here, because it's not judged over one performance. This is judged over 15 matches, this Group A campaign, and a week it's judged over significantly more. So it's great when you can not feel your best, but yet still get those wins, and that'll fill with confidence coming in tomorrow, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see the same again tomorrow, but with an increased line of performance.
She earmarked that match against Lisa Ashton. She will do again for the next couple of days, determined to get that 2 days off. I think both players will be, so it's going to be an interesting battle. That. What did you make of Lisa today?
I thought Lisa was good. I thought she was very good, and we heard from her say that she's had a lot of time off over Christmas and New Year. Lakeside didn't go the way she wanted to, went out first round in a bit of an upset match there, and we know what her goal is now. She wants to get back there. She's going to be doing a lot of WDF, but she's also going to be out on the ADC. She's going to be on the women's series, so she's probably going to be busier than ever next year, especially when we put the seniors in there as well. So it's a great thing for her. When she says she's going to start from scratch and rebuild, starting from scratch, she's still got a massive head start on the rest of the ladies' game, and she's certainly one you expect to see in the Women's World Match Play and sort of at the top end of the women's series. Maybe next year will be a bit of a sort of like a rebuild session for her, but from what we've seen today, there's plenty of ability in there, and maybe when she gets those games and gets those reps and has that regular match practice and that regular match time, she's not going to need to practice as much. She's not going to need to spend as much time on the practice board because she's going to be out being competitive all the time. And that's when we'll start seeing the best of Lisa once again.
And before today, most people expected Gemma Hayter and Lisa Ashton to occupy those top 2 spots. After today, even more people will think that, and more confidently as well. It looks like there's going to be a real battle for third place, though, doesn't it? And Vicky Pruim joined it by winning her last couple of matches. That's going to be interesting. What did you think of Vicky, particularly towards the end of the day?
I think that's what we're going to get here. We're going to get a split in the table, aren't we? We're going to get a battle for positions 1 and 2, and then we're going to get everybody else battling out for that third place. I think Vicky got better as the day went on, and I think that was kind of the story for a lot of the players here. Now, yes, when we talk about people like Lisa Ashton, you know, the experience she's had and the stages she's played on, Ali Pali, Grand Slam, UK Open, Tour card holder, you expect that coming here, she's just going to take to it from game number 1. But for some of these players, they don't get opportunities on stages like this very often. For some of them, they get that one opportunity that comes at the end of the year with Lakeside, and that's their only chance playing on a stage in front of cameras. So I'm not surprised it took a little bit of time for them to settle, but they certainly are now.
There was a couple of good performances from Kirsty Viinikainen, and of course she made the finals night in the first women's week, particularly that 3-0 win against Steph Clark, averaging the high 80s in that. Has she shown enough that she could be the one to force her way into that Group B, just as she did last time out?
Do you know, I don't think we actually really learned anything with Viinikainen today. I think what we expected in our sort of preview and our sort of expectations of the day, it's played exactly like it. Dangerous, can pull things out, is always going to be a nuisance in every game, whether you're a big favourite to beat her or not. And then when you look at what she's done today, that's exactly how it sort of panned out. Never really felt like she was a big favourite in any situation, but you could never write her off. And that's her game in a nutshell.
Right, I'm going to ask you to analyse a 10-time world champion now. Trina Gulliver won her first 2 matches today, but how does she feel leaving, having lost her final 3?
She'll be... This is going to be 2 answers. I think she'll be disappointed in the fact that she's started well and not come out with the points. But I think where she is in her journey and in her career right now, I think she can sort of just brush it off a little bit and just come back tomorrow as fresh. You tend to find when you feel like you're on the up, or when you're at the peak of your game, that you get frustrated with situations like that, where I think for her at the moment, she's probably just in like the enjoyment stage now, and she really loves playing the game. You can see the passion she's got for it, the mileage she's still doing now to be able to play this game. So I think she'll probably be annoyed, but it won't consume her like it would have if she was still in the prime. That's when it bugs you. That's when you go to bed and it eats you up. That's when it eats you up for days after and it lags over. I don't think she'll do that. I think it's just tomorrow's a different day.
There was a stunning 156 checkout in there. Class is permanent, isn't it?
You'll always get those flashes of brilliance, won't you, from a 10-time world champion. But the assessment's kind of been with Trina Gulliver in the fact that yes, she's got these moments, but it's gelling them together. And even if she could just find a 60 or a couple of 60s, swap some of those 45s, those 44s, those 30s for a couple of 60s, and all of a sudden those 4 points will become 6 or 8.
The only player that was here for the first time was Steph Clark. She didn't win a match. Is that part of the reason why?
And on -11 as well. Now, Steph Clark's better than what she's shown. She's an England international. She's done well on the women's series. She's been a county player pretty much all her darting life. She's a lot better than what she's shown here, and she'll be disappointed. And it's interesting now to see how that goes forward. Does she go, well, it's just my debut day, it didn't go for me, I know I'm better than that? Or does she feel she got something to prove? And does she come here tomorrow and almost panic a little bit because you get a little bit, I don't like using the word embarrassed, but you feel it as a player when you've got an opportunity like this and you don't get the results. You do feel that sort of little bit of embarrassment, even though no one else looks at it that way, you do as a player. And it depends which side of the coin she comes out tomorrow.
First appearance in this tournament, of course, she did play in the WADC event in this venue. I just wanted to ask about the format. Is that a positive now for Steph or a negative? Because she's going to have to play another 10 matches in this group, whatever happens. Obviously, when she lost in that tournament, that was it. She was out.
It's a positive that she's still in it, but it can also be a negative in the fact that realistically she's not going to win this group now, especially when you look at Gemma Hayter, top of the table on 10 points. She can only get to 20, and that's if she wins every one of her games so far. So she's pretty much out of winning this group. So you end up playing for second place, or you end up playing for different medals. And ideally, you want to be chasing the gold all the time. And with that, it's a very hard environment to play in when you're coming in and you know you're almost fulfilling fixtures and obligations rather than being competitive and trying to achieve.
Well, this week is Women's Week here at the Modus Super Series, but next week we've got something special coming your way. Take a look at this.
The ball. It's perfect from Hayter. What a start.
What a finish. What a start to the match for Trina Gulliver.
He's on the second set.
And finds it. There you go.
Well, what's going on here? It's all. 108! And he knows it.
Yeah, some big names in action next week here. The Legends League, the first ever Legends League here at the Live Lounge at the Modus Super Series. And we've got some debutants as well. Steve Beaton really does jump off the page. Vincent van der Voort as well. Chris Mason returning out of the comms box onto the stage. Can he make it 2 wins from 2 attempts? We will find out from Monday. And the final takes place on the 18th of January when Phil Taylor will be sat in this studio alongside me. It's a really interesting concept, that, isn't it, the Legends League? Looking at it, what kind of a week are you expecting?
Bit of everything, and I think that's a great lineup, that, because we've got players where we've got expectations on. Vincent van der Voort, Steve Beaton just coming off the Pro Tour. Richie Howson has made his name from sort of seniors darts, so now he's got a few more people to try and repel. We've got Robert Thornton in there, who is a player who's been very successful in his sort of senior years, but there's someone who's really catching my eye as an interest. Now, I like seeing how people develop. What's the retained ability? And there's a question in there of someone we haven't seen for a long time. That's Wes Newton, former Premier League player. And when we look at what he was doing, where he is now, it's like, what has he still got? And we're going to get to find out over a good sample of fixtures.
Yeah, lost a major final, of course, to Simon Whitlock, who knows, may be here at the Super Series later in the year, or maybe back on the Pro Tour, because right now it's a big time in darts, isn't it? Qualifying school taking place. You're someone who's actually come through Q School 3 times, so it's a great person to ask. What does it take to get through that? A lot of people think it's a lottery. What does it take to get through qualifying school?
The first thing to remember, it's not a lottery. The amount of people that say it's a lottery, it's not, it's a talent contest. Now, yes, there can be harder routes or easier routes, but it is a talent contest. The best players will come through the majority of those spaces. Now, when we look at it, there's a couple of things. First of all, the points. People need to forget about the points. And that is probably the biggest frustration I have when you go to Q School, because people sit at the table and go, oh, I've lost, but I've got 2 points. Or they'll come back from winning a game, they'll go, right, I'm on 2 points now, I'm on 3 points now. No, you're on 0 points. You only get points when you lose. And points are for losers. Tour cards go to the winners. So you have to go there and try and win the day, not try and win points. When you play for points, you're sort of setting yourself up for trying to play that order of merit rather than trying to get the day. Now, in terms of a standard, That's where it gets really interesting because, again, people overestimate that. And they talk about 100 average, 95 plus average. There was only 2 players that beat what my expectation is, which was Dom Taylor and Steve Lennon last year. And my expectation is you need anywhere between an 83 and a 93 average. Reason for that is the amount of times it takes you to visit the board. You take 6 visits to the board, you are 16 darts to 18 darts, that is 83 to 93. Everything else in between is sort of immaterial. You're not going to gain any extra control by averaging 85. You still need 6 visits to the board. So if you can get between that block, the top 152 players last year was between that block. So that, for me, is the read. If you're not averaging 83, I don't think Q School's for you if you're looking at getting that tour card.
Another thing that's been sort of spoken about in the past is what's your motivation for going to Q School? I mean, there are some players. Bradley Brooks averaged 109 today in one match. You're talking about 83 to 93. I've seen some players averaging 45. Why are they there?
I don't know. And honestly, I think this is a point where it fills up the event. It gives a bit of an accurate read. You could get a board full of those sort of players. I'm not sure that Q School at the moment's in its best sort of sense. I think it could do with revising and looking at, and certainly in regards to making sure we definitely get the best players on tour, but is that what the purpose of Q School is? At the moment, I mean, the 2 phases certainly do help.
Yeah, it's evolved a little, hasn't it, over the years? One thing I did want to talk about with the points, usually not to focus on that, but there have been a couple of occasions in recent years where somebody not going on the last day would have got them through. They went, they played, they lost, their leg difference went down, and they ended up not going through. Do you think there's any tweaks that can be done there, or do you just have to commit to playing and see where you end up at the end?
Well, there is a rule change this year, isn't there, in regards to the secondary phase, and you do have to play all 4 days to be eligible to become a full PDPA member, which means you then can go on the Challenge Tour. So you're not going to be able to get in that situation now where you play 3 days, then just say, I'm not going to bother on the last day because I'm already in. You have to play all 4 days if you're still in contention, if you haven't won a day. So a rule change there to sort of stop that scenario, stop people making that gamble and trying to sort of get in off that back door, because we've seen people go on the last day, lose a couple of legs and actually lose a position where, should they have just not turned up, they would have been a tour card holder.
So that's a route into playing in PDC darts. So all the players that have played here, many of them have won here before, are there. People call it the golden ticket. Now, you say it's not a lottery, it's a talent contest, but what can be a lottery is the draw. And sometimes you must look around and think, oh, could I have one of them instead of this guy that I'm playing now?
I think, my personal opinion is Q School should be seeded. Maybe not stage 1, but stage 2. And what I would give the seeds to is the tour card holders. The players that have come off the tour and down. And then obviously you're not going to be able to fill all the boards with the tour card holders, so start from the Challenge Tour order of merit, because that's the open system that all of the non-tour card holders are available to play in, and then just fill up the spaces from 1 down until all the boards have 1 seed. And that's all I'd put, 1 seed on the board. Now, the reason I would do that is because essentially the players that are coming off the tour are kind of going there to defend their cards, where the players that are going to Q School are trying to take it away. Now, with that, the story there is, right, this is the level. These are the players. Can you take it off them? Can you beat them? And that will also stop that scenario of what we said, 2 players averaging 50s and 60s, while you've got 2 players just coming off the tour battling it out for the same round. So personally, I'd seed it. I get why some people don't want to do that, but I think if you're looking to get the best players possible, that seeding just changes that sort of draw being too much of a factor.
We spoke about it today. Lisa Ashton, the only female player to get through. What do you make of the chances of, well, the 2 absentees, really, the standard absentees from this week, Bo Greaves and Fallon Sherrick?
Well, Fallon hasn't started too well. She's gone out today without picking up any points, but Bo Greaves starts her campaign, I believe, in stage 2 at Q School due to being the Women's World Match Play champion. And Bo Greaves, she's an odds-on favourite. There's a lot of people expect Bo Greaves is going to go do well there. Can I see her not getting a card? She can win a day. I think it's top 9 you need to be on the order of merit. So out of the 128 players that are going to be there, is there 14 players better than Bo Greaves? Don't think so.
Well, We will find out, and we will find out who's going to be the best woman here at the Modus Super Series come the end of this week. Now, following this show, we are going to be hearing from Fallon Sherrick in an interview she did in this very studio. But today, well, the second Women's Week got underway, and Lisa Ashton and Gemma Hayter look like the top two. They're going to be battling it out for the rest of the week, and you can rejoin the action tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 a.m. on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 p.m. and 10 p.m. Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 p.m. on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2-1 turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's destructive. It's Daryl Pilgrim with the record average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Fallon Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head go, 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Hello and welcome along to the very latest edition of Tungsten Talk here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, where today myself and Paul Nicholson are joined alongside the Queen of the Palace, Fallon Sherrick. Great to have the pair of you here. I believe the first time you two ever met was here in Portsmouth.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
I don't know. I can't remember that far back.
Yeah, it was a few years ago. We did an exhibition together with the likes of Martin Adams, Keegan Brown, Raymond van Barneveld. Yeah, we had a good time that night, and yeah, we've got to know each other pretty well since then.
Yeah, was that the pyramids or something?
That's right, yeah.
And fast forward into 2024, you're